Hey everybody, welcome back to the Dungeon Dive. Daniel here. I hope you're doing well, and if you're not, I hope you are soon. And welcome to the first episode of the Runebound Retrospective. This Runebound Retrospective will be a super casual deep dive series into one of my favorite adventure games, Runebound. In this series, we will be taking a look at how I play Runebound, including the house rules that I use. This will not be an exhaustive look because I don't own everything. While I still own a lot, there are a few expansions that I don't own. We will be taking a look at 4 of the 5 big box expansions. I am missing the Midnight expansion, and that thing is super expensive. We will take a look at the character deck expansions and a few of the small deck expansions. Many of my small expansions have already been mixed in with the cards from the base game, so we won't be taking a look at those individually, but I do have the boxes and we can at least read about those small box expansions. After looking at Runebound 2nd Edition, we will then look at Runebound 3rd Edition. I imagine that this series is going to be about 5 or 7 episodes long. So Runebound was copyright 2004-2005 by Fantasy Flight Games. It was designed by Daryl Hardy and Martin Wallace, developed by Kevin Wilson, and a lot of the cover art, maybe most of the cover art, was done by the great artist from Denmark, Jesper Ejsing. And this era of Fantasy Flight art is one that I think is really, really great. It is old enough to where it has a vintage vibe. It has a vintage quality to that. And I think that's because you can tell that the art was hand drawn. You can see you can see the impact of the human hand on the art. It's not digital art like a lot of art these days is. So it does have that vintage quality. And at least one of the covers for Runebound is in maybe my top 3 favorite board game covers of all time. And I love Jesper Ejsing's art. He did a lot of art for Magic the Gathering, and his art is fantastic. And there are a lot of artists who contributed to the world of Runebound. And some of those artists are... So we have a graphic design by Scott Nicely, cover art here by Jesper Ejsing, board art by Kurt Miller, and we also have card art by Hien Rodriguez, Andy Braze, Kiernan Yanner, Lou Frank, John Goodenough, John Moriarty, Ben Provenost, Kevin Sneff, and Jesper Ejsing. So in addition to looking at Runebound in 2023, this is also part of a larger project that I am working on at the Dungeon Dive. And that is the first Ultimate Showdown of Overland adventure games, in which I, along with Dungeon Dive patrons and members of the Dungeon Dive Facebook group, are ranking a whole bunch of Overland adventure games. The games are being ranked in 5 different categories, and that is how close does it get to being effortless fun, how well does it play solo, the visual vibe, look, feel, and quality of the art, the variety, does the game have enough encounters and stuff to do and see, and how adventurous is it? So we've already finished, at the time that this video will post, we've already finished the first group of 5 games, and those games are Explorer to Valley of the Dead King, Talisman 2nd Edition, Runebound 2nd Edition, Pauper's Ladder, and Dungeon Degenerate's Hand of Doom. And then we will go on with the next group of 5, and then once we finish a whole bunch of games, I think there'll be about 30 games in this contest. We will compare those scores, and I will put those in a ranking, and we'll have kind of a final 5 and maybe a loser's bracket as well. So it's been a lot of fun so far. So if you want to participate in that, you can either join the Dungeon Dive patron or you can join the Dungeon Dive Facebook group. And then each group will also have its own video. So expect a video soon in which I will be going over the results of the voting on Explorer at Valley of the Dead King, Talisman 2nd Edition, Runebound 2nd Edition, Pauper's Ladder, and Dungeon Degenerate's Hand of Doom. Okay, so let's get into this first episode. And this first episode is going to cover the base game of Runebound. And it's going to be a little bit different because I'm going to focus on house rules. I am going to focus on how I play Runebound, because I play Runebound with a ton of house rules and fan-created content. So Runebound is an open world fantasy adventure game, and it reminds me of a lot how I play open world fantasy video games. Things like Skyrim and Assassin's Creed Odyssey. In the world of Runebound, I can just head off in a random direction and encounter something fun and adventurous to do. With my base game of Runebound, I have a number of different fan-made expansions that I have printed out from ArtsCow, or I've ordered from ArtsCow, and I will post links to all of these in the description and in the first post down below. So if you want to play this game the way I do, you can. So let's talk a little bit about how I play Runebound. First of all, let's take a look at the character that I am playing right now. So I am playing Spirit Speaker Mock, who has 4 health and 4 fatigue. Before moving, I may take 2 fatigue to heal a health, to heal a wound. His skills, he's good at diplomacy and sneaking. And he's not very good at range combat. His base stats for range combat is a 0. His base stat for melee combat is a 4. And his base stat for magic combat is a 3. He does 1 damage in melee and 2 base damage in magic combat. I am also armed here with this padded leather armor, and I have the Mace of Kalos. The armor, I can use it to prevent 1 wound, and the mace, I can activate it to inflict an additional 2 points of damage in melee combat. I also right now have a couple cards attached to my character, which will give me a couple extra special powers, and that is the Gift of the Druids and the Master Huntsman. So the Gift of the Druids says, the Druids respect those who can travel freely through nature without need for bridges or trails and aid them in their travels. This allows me to manipulate the movement dice a little bit and allows me to have some freer movement. And then I have here the Master Huntsman. Your reputation as a huntsman precedes you when you enter towns, and the locals always clamor to see what you've slain. With this card, when I complete different challenges, I can add those challenges underneath this card. And then when I go into various settlements, I can trade those challenges in for certain amounts of gold. So that is a very, very handy card to have. So my custom games of Runebound add a whole bunch of different fantasy, or a whole bunch of different fan-made expansions. The main expansion that I use is called Runebound Tales Questing. And this is a deck of cards that has a whole bunch of different quests that you can go on. And for me, when I play Runebound, the way I play is I have to beat 3 of these quests. I have to complete 3 quests and then finally kill one of the powerful monsters from the red challenge deck. So the challenges in Runebound are divided into 3 different decks. We have the green challenges, the yellow challenges, the blue or purple challenges. I always forget which. I think they're blue, but they look purple, or are they purple but look blue? I can't remember. And then we also have the red challenges. So there are a whole bunch of challenge cards. These are all of your adventure cards, just like you might see in Talisman. And we go from easy to medium to difficult and to hard. And normally in a game of Runebound, you are going to want to defeat the High Lord Margarth, and this is the main dragon that you have to beat. The first player to kill Margarth wins the game, or you can kill 3 of the other dragons and take their dragon runes, and that's another way that you can win the base game. But these are all kinds of different challenges. A lot of them are combat challenges. Some of them you have some non-combat things. And even on some of the combat challenges, you will have things that you have to do before you enter combat, some kind of skill test. We also have these various events, and these events can come out onto the world and add kind of adding wrinkles to the overall goal of the game. And they can also change some of the rules and just add little things to happen during the adventure. So at the beginning of the game, what I do is I take my Runebound questing deck. And again, these are all different kinds of quests. You can have quests searching for things, or maybe going to certain markets, trying to find lost relics and runes, trying to meet certain individuals, trying to recruit allies to join in your fight, helping sick cities, and just basic exploring quests, all kinds of super cool things to do. And so in my games of Runebound, I have to beat 3 of these before I can defeat a single red creature to win the game. Now, I don't play with any kind of timer track or any kind of pressure on me. I play super casually, where I can just go out and have lots of adventure, because that's where I think Runebound is the most fun. I also play with the Cities of Adventure deck. This Cities of Adventure deck is another fan-made expansion, and what this does is when you visit the various settlements on the board, you will roll some dice and you will have an adventure depending on which city you are in. And they're just little tiny things, little story snippets, little things that can happen to you, such as being robbed, or you might find some money on the ground. Maybe you become lost, or you find a hidden market. Just cool little things that can happen to you while you are on your adventure in those cities. Because normally when you go into the cities, nothing really special happens. Now, this Cities of Adventure deck also comes with some other house rules that you can add to your game, such as foraging out in the wilderness to help heal. It also comes with some house rules that affect the shopping, that affect the various markets. But I have actually created my own house rule for the market decks and for the shopping phase, and so we'll talk about that in just a minute. So another deck of cards that I use is called In the Wilds, and this is an adventure deck that is separate from all of the green, yellow, blue, and red adventure cards in the game. And those cards, the normal decks of cards that you will draw for Runebound, you will draw one of those when you land on a space that has one of these adventure tokens, and you will draw a corresponding color. And then when you defeat that challenge, you will get the number of experience on the back. But there are also a lot of empty spaces on the board. And sometimes when you play Runebound, you will land in these empty spaces and it's just kind of a boring turn. Nothing happens. Well, that's where this In the Wilds deck comes into play. When you land on a space that has no settlement or it doesn't have any adventure tokens or anything to do, you will draw one of these cards, and then you will also have an adventure on the blank spaces. So this deck here adds a whole bunch of fun things that can happen. I highly recommend this deck as well. So in this deck, you can find a barred path, a misty valley, and sometimes there will be terrain icons on these cards. And if there are terrain icons, then this card, if you draw it in a plane, or if you have to match up the icon to the terrain that you are in, or else you have to discard it. And these can just be all kinds of different things, neat little things that happen, such as finding some celestial light, a vantage point, out and about, potent petals. On your way, you can go into the foothills. You can find a dark cave or a gloomy path. Maybe you have some weapon fatigue, a hidden hamlet, a lucky find, minor wounds, not far off, old paths. So all kinds of cool little interesting things can happen to you on your journey. So this deck of cards here in the wilds just adds a whole bunch of variety to the feel of the open world adventuring. With the questing deck, you will also need the clues deck. And this is where the questing in using the Runebound Tales questing deck, this is really what makes that a standout expansion, a standout fan-made expansion. Because when you have a quest, you aren't just going to a certain hex and rolling some dice. You have to find where this quest is. So you actually have to go out and explore the world and explore settlements and engage with the world in order to find your quests. So each one of these quests in the upper left-hand corner, I'm drawing some very bad examples here, but in the upper left-hand corner, will have a certain terrain symbol. So to meet Iman Elkif, I have to find a certain forest space. These 3 quests can actually happen in any terrain. They are wild terrain. There are lots of wild terrain. So to find the brass dragonette, I have to find him or her, it in a mountains space. Right now, one of my quests is to recruit Urig the half ogre, and I have to find Urig in a hills space. And so once you know the terrain that you are looking for, then you can go out questing for clues. And there are a number of different ways to get clues in the game. So there are a handful of ways to get clues in the game. You can go to a settlement and you can take a diplomacy or a spot test. The way you do skill checks in this game is very simple. You will roll 2d10, you will total the results with zeros being 10, and then you will add any relevant modifier. And so when you go into a settlement, you can take a diplomacy or a spot check of 15. And if you pass, you can gain a clue. You can gain also a +2 bonus to that roll for every gold that you spend. So that's kind of represents you going into these settlements, maybe paying the bartender at the tavern for rumors, eavesdropping on people discussing the things that are happening around the land. So if you do that, you can draw a clue. Another way you can gain clues is in the wild. You can forfeit some movement dice. So the movement rules in Runebound are very unique. I don't see these in too many games like this, and I do really enjoy it. You roll a certain number of movement dice, and these movement dice have the icons on them that represent the various kinds of terrain that you will be exploring. We have roads, we have plains, rivers, forests, hills, mountains, and swamps. And then depending on what you roll, you can lay those out on the board in order to chart your path. And you just have to match up terrain. So I really like this aspect of the game. I like laying the dice out, and then that is my path that I am taking. But to gain a clue, you can forfeit a certain number of dice, and then you can roll those dice that you forfeit, and you can take a look at those, and if any of those match your terrain or surrounding terrain, then you can draw a certain number of clues. So that in that way, it kind of represents you out in the wilderness searching for clues. Again, the way you pick up the clues in this expansion is super, super thematic. You can also, if you go to a certain adventure space, like let's say I was in this space now and I had to challenge this yellow challenge and I would draw a card. Before looking at it, I could declare that I'm going to subdue this challenge. And if this challenge ended up being a horde of ghouls that I would have to overcome. But since I chose to subdue this challenge, if I conquered this challenge, I wouldn't get any rewards. I would basically take them captive and then kind of interrogate them in order to find a clue. So you have to declare that you are subduing the challenge before you know what it is, before you know what the reward possibly could be. Again, that is a very thematic way of gaining these clues. So because I'm looking for Urig in the hills, because I need 4 clues in the upper right-hand corner of the quest cards, you will find an icon that shows how many clues you need. And so then you have to kind of triangulate the space on the board where this particular quest exists. I need to find a hills, and I need to have 4 clues. And those clue cards also have terrain icons on them. And so you have to find a hills, and then you have to have clue cards that match the terrain around that hill with the number of clue cards that you need. It's super cool. I love that idea of having to triangulate, having to pinpoint a certain hex on the board, using these clue cards to find the hexes that will point to that clue. And then usually what I do once I have enough clue cards and I've found a certain hex that can represent where that quest is, I will put one of these doom tokens, and that will be, okay, so that is now my quest destination. So a very, very cool expansion. Lots of different neat things to encounter. I love the idea of looking for your clues. It's not just a simple task of going into a settlement and picking a clue card. it feels like you really are out here exploring the world and exploring, finding the clues, investigating things, and paying people off, listening for rumors, going to taverns and overhearing people discuss, the various things going on in the world. It really does add a lot of fun. It adds a lot of challenge, and it makes for interesting ways to connect dots between all of the various random elements that are happening in Runebound. Okay, now let's take a look at my custom market house rule. So normally in a game of Runebound, you will take all of your item cards, you will mix those up in a huge stack, and then each of the settlements will have a certain number of items available that you can purchase. And it can make things very difficult for finding weapons, finding armor, finding the things that you actually need. And so what I've done is I've made my own Runebound marketplace. And I have taken these cards and I have separated them into 4 different groups. And first of all, we have all of my allies. So the allies, these are all people that you can hire in a party to help you on your adventure. And I've created an allies deck, and the allies are all hanging out in the tavern. And then I've taken all of my weapons and armor and put those in a deck, and that is my blacksmith deck. Every settlement has a tavern and a blacksmith. And so you can always have a guarantee of being able to either hire an ally or buy a weapon or a piece of armor. I've also taken all of my runes, and runes are very powerful magic items, and these are available at a runesmith. And then I've taken all of the artifacts, and artifacts are magical items and magical trinkets, magical gear, magic weapons, and just pieces of equipment that have been granted enchantments. And I've created an artificer deck, and so these are available at the artificer. So every settlement, like I said, has a tavern and has a blacksmith. So when you go into a settlement, you can draw up to 3 cards from a combination of those 2 decks. Or there's a chance that you can search for a runesmith or search for an artificer. And if you find one in that settlement, then you can also draw up to 3 cards, or you can draw cards from the runesmith and the artificer deck when you are drawing your 3 cards. So if you want to get one of the powerful runes, you need to search for a runesmith, and then there is a chance that you can buy one of the runes. So I like playing this way because, one, it allows me to find the important allies or weapons quickly, or pieces of armor quickly. But if I also want to search for runes or search for certain artifacts, then I can as well. And having that chance to find these more powerful shops adds a little element, kind of like Warhammer Quest when you are going into the various settlements there. There are also some other house rules that I play with, and you can find most of these on a Board Game Geek. So there is a printout of Runebound, the quicker version, and this just has a whole bunch of various things that you can choose to play your game with in order to make the game shorter. That is one of the issues with Runebound, and one of the issues with games like Runebound is sometimes they can really drag on and just kind of go on and on and on, especially if you are playing with other players. So these rules are kind of modules you can plug in order to play a faster game of Runebound. If you enjoy playing solo, but you want more pressure, you want something to light the fire underneath your adventurer's feet to push them to that final confrontation, then you can play with the Runebound threat track. And there are rules for this on BGG, and there is a threat track that you can print out where you will be under some time pressure to complete your final quest. I also play with a modified leveling up system, where it takes 2 points of experience. And again, you gain experience by completing certain challenges. But in my leveling up experience, it makes leveling up at the beginning of the game faster, and it gets more difficult to level up as you progress. So with my house rule for leveling up, I play that it costs 2 points of experience plus the number of level up tokens you currently have. So at the beginning of the game, you have 0 level up tokens, so it only costs 2 points to level up. Right now, I have 3 points. I have 3 level up tokens. I have a +4 now to my ranged ability and a +2 to my magic ability. So my next level, it will actually cost 5 points of experience to level up. So there's kind of a ramping in the level up system in the way that I play the game. There's also a blog written by Thomas P. King, and I'll post a link to that blog below. And he has a number of other house rules that sound really interesting, and I haven't yet played with them, but I am looking forward to experimenting with them. One of his house rules is called an adventure log, which it sounds really interesting. So in this variant, rather than going out into the world and having these random encounters where you just draw from a random deck, you just draw a card at random. At the beginning of the game, you have a certain number of cards in your hand. And these represent the things that your character can do. And so you can kind of plan for your adventure. I like this. Sounds pretty cool because you can take a look. Okay, so let's say now they're almost like little mini quests. You know in this game that you need to defeat the Razorwing mold. You know that you might have to avoid this Thunderball trap. You know that you might need to defeat the Bandit King of Blackthorn, or maybe defeat the Dragon Lord of Mithralin. So that's kind of a cool a variant there. There is also a variant where you can take all of these events. So each of the color of challenge cards has a certain number of world events. And he plays the game where he takes all of these out and makes his own deck of events. And because they escalate from 1, 2 to 3, it kind of adds this dramatic drive. It adds this escalating tension to the game. And he creates a deck of adventure cards and uses that as a timer. And every 3 turns, he draws a new adventure card going up from green through yellow to blue to red. So that's another kind of neat way to play if you wanted to add a little bit of time pressure to your game. He also has a variant where he can spend turns camping out in the wilderness in order to heal. And there are some other variants like that. For me, that doesn't really work because I don't play without I play without a timer. And so just having to give up a turn really doesn't mean anything. So for me, another variant that I use is when I go to a town, I use a quick healing variant to where it just costs 1 point of gold to completely heal all of your wounds and all of your fatigue. One other variant that I am developing right now is called the Warrior Merchant variant. And I'm in the beginning stages of this, but I think it's going to be really, really cool. And I'm looking forward to playing it. I'm going to play this new variant right after I make this video. And I was thinking about a variant where you are playing you're playing a warrior merchant, basically, and you are buying and trading and selling equipment and gear throughout the land. And in this variant, you will start your game all the way in the northernmost settlement of Frostgate. And you will start with one random item. And then you have to sell and buy a piece of gear at each of these settlements, working your way all the way down to the south, all the way down here to Venvale, which is off camera. Sorry about that, but I can't get the whole board on the camera here. But once you work your way down, stopping at each settlement along the way, selling one piece of gear, buying another piece of gear, then you make your way all the way to the south, and you have to take the gear that you get from the southernmost settlement all the way back up to Frostgate, and then that's how you would win the game. And you have to do that without being knocked out, without dying. I think that sounds like a lot of fun. It just adds a different kind of wrinkle, a different kind of twist to the game of Runebound. And that really is the best thing about the base game of Runebound, is the rules are so simple. I cannot play this game for 1 or 2 years, set it up, and I don't have to reread the rules. I don't have to relearn the rules. Everything about Runebound is super simple. The world is very open, and it creates this. It makes it very easy to add your own rules, to make your own kind of game, to play the game in the way that you like it. So Runebound is great. It's one of my favorite adventure games, but it's not quite as good at generating those random serendipitous series of events as games like Secret of the Lost Tomb and Explore It are. It has all of those elements to do so, but it can often feel a little on the dry side. I still love it, especially with all of the aforementioned house rules and expansions and just little tweaks that you can do to make the game feel more exciting. There is something about the hex that engenders exploration. I think it's the 6 signs of the shape that encourage a freedom of movement. I love the maps in Runebound, and I always spend time just looking at them before I play the game. The game has some fantastic art, and we will end the video just kind of looking through some of the cards so we can see some of the art. And this really is from that golden age of Fantasy Flight gaming art. It's old enough now that it actually does have that cool kind of vintage vibe that we crave. The encounter cards are mostly focused on combat, but many of them also have some skill challenges that add a little bit of flavor. And a lot of the cards also have a little bit of flavor text. It does take some work to connect the narrative dots though. At its core, with rules as written, Runebound, like Talisman, is a race game. You are racing to beat that final dragon. You are racing to get to this red deck. I usually play it solo though, because I find that the competitive games usually go on for too long. But that's because, also like Talisman, people often forget that these are race games. Competitive adventure games are kind of weird because they encourage a racing strategy to win, but this strategy often forgoes the enjoyment of the adventure. The game is long out of print. The base game can still be purchased for a pretty good price, and it has a good enough variety. But the expansions are now insanely expensive. If you want to get into the game and my house rules style sound interesting, I recommend the base game and then ordering these fan expansions from ArtsCow or going to BGG and printing out your own cards. I think the base game with these fan expansions, it does create for a really interesting and fun game. Then if you can find any of the other expansions for a decent price, I would recommend us maybe slowly picking up those. I do not recommend the character decks. We will be taking a look at those in another video, but I wish I would have spent my money. I wish I would have spent the money that I spent on those on a couple of the other small deck expansions. I think the character decks add the least amount of stuff, especially for solo play. I haven't quite worked out how to use those in the solo game. Okay, so let's end this video by taking a look at some of the cards in more detail so we can kind of take a look at the art and you can get a general sense of the adventuring vibe of Runebound. Oh man, look at that. This is the Heroes of Holdfast. So, sorry, I got ahead of myself. These are the ally cards. These are the cards that I have divided into my tavern deck. So these are all allies that you can hire. And you can take a certain number of allies. Usually the allies will have some kind of special ability. They will have their own health, their own fatigue, and their own combat values. So you can use the allies in combat to help you out. So we have like a Rune Apprentice here, Sir Lauren, the Heroes of Holdfast. That is great art. I love these old cards. They do have a vintage quality to them. I mean, Runebound is nearly 20 years old. I probably should have waited until 2004 to do this retrospective, so it would be a 20th anniversary retrospective. But I guess I'm doing a 19th anniversary retrospective. The Bone Herder, or the Griffin of Donsmore, the Boar of Tamalir, the Delvers of the Deep, the Orcs of Ironguard. We have the Honor Sword, the Shadow Shaper, the Oracle of the Owl, the Highway Guardian, the Cardinal Koth, or the Dragon Knight, Silver Jack, Lion of Frostgate, the Clawed Chameleon. So yeah, all kinds of cool allies that you can hire. Hiring allies in Runebound is super beneficial. You want to hire as many as you can, as quickly as you can. So this is the Blacksmith deck. This deck contains all of my normal weapons and armor. We have things like bows, this sword of the air, the Heartfinder crossbow, the winged blade, the frost axe. These decks here, they incorporate a whole bunch of the various cards from the small deck expansions that add items and allies and runes and artifacts. So we have the armor, a helmet that you can wear, a grenade, kind of a holy hand grenade, the dwarven firebomb, the bone crusher great hammer, the mirror blade axe, the forgotten flail, the razor shield, the sunplate suit of armor, the sickle of Narek Hall. So fans of Descent, of course, will recognize Narek Hall. The dragon tooth hammer, the 4 blades, dragon scale armor, lightning mace, the longbow of Tamilir, the quicksilver blade, the padded leather armor, the shell shield, the white blade. So all kinds of cool different weapons and armor that you can get. And then here we have our deck of artifacts. So these are enchanted weapons. You also have banners. So these banners, these kind of war banners that you can take out into battle, and they will help you with a certain ability. You have the Staff of Sparks or the Cloak of Deception, Potion of Healing, a Cloak of the Frozen Peaks, the Fate Dice of Greyhaven, the Eyes of Alvra, the Belt of Strength, the Chalice of Tamilir, the Crown of Dawnsmore, the Staff of Light, the Cursed Scarab, all kinds of really cool artifacts. Okay, now let's kind of take a look at some of the challenge cards here in detail. Let's start with the easy ones. So there are a lot of green cards once you start adding in your expansions. And then each of the big box expansions also comes with their own decks of challenge cards, their own thematic decks of challenge cards. And those are not mixed in. They have different backs. And so you do want to keep those separate because they are very highly thematic. They are unique to that map, to that world, to that adventure that you are playing. So here we have the Rotting Hounds. Oh man, look at that guy. The Doppel Shadow, the Vengalorn. Now here is one of the events. So this would be Karina's Boon. And this would say, centuries ago, the Dragon Lord Karina sided with the armies of good to defeat Margoth. She gave her life in the battle, but legend says that her ghost may aid those who need it most. When this card is played, all heroes must test their choice of ranged melee or magic of a 16, starting with the player who drew this card and proceeding clockwise. Heroes that succeed may search the market deck and take a card of their choice with cost equal to or less than the amount by which they succeeded the test's difficulty. Interesting. Here we have a Seer Son hybrid. So this is a really good example of a basic combat challenge. This combat challenge has 2 health, and there are their stats. There's the stats below, their range stat, melee stat, and magic stat. If you overcome this challenge, you will receive a gold, but it also has a cool little piece of flavor text. These exotic hybrids were taught mystic ways from the lands. Using their arcane third eyes, they were employed as scouts and spotters in the Dragon Wars. Some still spy for the highest bidder. So you do get some little snippets of lore in order to connect the dots in your stories, such as maybe this hill troll hill here. The ground shakes, a rumble fills the air, then turns to pounding as an enormous troll lumbers over the hill before you. Some cards will have a little bit more to do, such as maybe some various tests that you might have to take in order to engage in melee or range or magic attack. Sometimes you will have a before combat challenge, such as here you have to test a climbing skill of 11 or higher to reach the hatchling's lair. So there are some little narrative things that also happen on these basic combat challenges. Let's take a look at some of the yellow cards. So these will step up the difficulty a little bit. The difficulty does step up pretty quickly. Here we have the Crypt of the Elder Kings, the Werewolf of the Moors, the Ferox on the Prowl, the Pharaoh's Outriders, the Ferox Ambush, the Bronze Blood, the Dark Spirit of the Wood, Rising Waters Trap, a Hunting Party, the Ghoulish Mission, the Hand of Doom, a spinning log trap. I really do like the trap, the small box trap expansion. I like the traps. That's super cool. It's always fun to have traps in games. I wish more games had more traps. Here we have our blue/purple deck. It looks blue to me on the cards. It looks purple on the board, so I'm always a little confused whether it's blue or purple. Legion of the Dead, the Lightning Djinn, the Death Knight, the Sylvan Worm. We have the Sphere of Sparks. That trap's super cool. I wonder if you could take all the traps out and make a little dungeon crawl. There does need that would be super cool if there was a dungeon deck. I know I have one more fan expansion coming, and that is for a caves exploration deck that you can add to your game, just like the In the Wilds deck we talked about. Now, the only bad thing about ordering these cards from ArtsCow or Printer Studio is that it takes forever. So just put your order in and forget about it, because it can take up to about 3 months. They're printed in China and then they are shipped over on the slowest way possible. So it does take a really long time. Once I get that Caves expansion in, we will loop back to the base game and I'll show that Caves expansion and how that cave expansion works. So the red deck, the red challenge, the final challenge deck is the slimmest challenge, because usually by the time you've reached this point, if you're playing competitively, you've already played for like 3 hours. You're ready for the game to end. Or if you're playing solo and house rules, you only really need one of these to win the game. So in the base game, of course, you are trying to defeat the High Lord Margoth, or you are trying to defeat a number of the lesser dragons. And if you take those lesser dragons, then you need 3 of them to complete your dragon rune. And the dragon rune, if you have 3 of those, you can also win the game. So these are basically all different kinds of dragons that you have to defeat for your final challenge. So, all right, you guys, I hope you enjoyed this first video of the Runebound Retrospective. I know this video was a little scattershot. There's a lot to cover, and I know it's a little different, kind of focusing on the house rules first, but that's just the way that I play Runebound. It's the way that I have the most fun playing Runebound, is using all of the stuff, using the rules, but tweaking them and modifying them and adding things in and taking things out to kind of make this the game that I want to play. And with my house rules, with all of the things that I have a great time playing Runebound 2nd Edition. And I'm really looking forward to diving into the expansions and bringing those to the table and sharing all of those awesome things with you guys. So, all right, well, we will talk to you later. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Dungeon Dive. Daniel here, and welcome back to the Runebound Retrospective. And this is episode 2, and in episode 2, we will take a look at the Island of Dread, the first big box expansion. So let's take a look at the back of this box here. Runebound 2nd Edition, the Island of Dread. Explore the uncharted islands of the world of Runebound and piece together lost maps to the fabled Island of Dread. By sea or land, adventure awaits all brave heroes, whether they swing swords or cast spells. But this says, welcome to the Island of Dread, the first full-size expansion for the best-selling and critically acclaimed Runebound fantasy adventure board game. Island of Dread features a gorgeous new board overlay that creates a completely new game environment. The expansion also features 110 new cards, including new heroes, encounters, challenges, events, and equipment. The 8 new heroes in the expansion are presented with beautifully sculpted plastic figures. Finally, the expansion presents new rules for sea travel that allow heroes to explore the scattered islands of the dangerous sea. Will you be the first to discover the Island of Dread and confront a reawakened evil from the lost age? So, Runebound 2nd Edition Island of Dread once again contains a beautifully illustrated cover by Jesper Eising. I absolutely love his art. I think this is a pretty cool cover. It's not my favorite of his, and we will discuss my favorite when we get to it, but it is still really good. Again, this is from an era of Fantasy Flight games where I really do love the art. And speaking of the art, let's take a look at the manual real quick. So this is a fold-out manual. I am not a big fan of these. They're kind of cumbersome, but I did want to take a look at the credits here. So the credits are game design by Martin Wallace and Daryl Hardy. Development on this expansion was Alfredo Laurenti and John Goodenough. And then we do have the cover art by Jesper Ising and card art by John Goodenough, Eric Deschamps, Jan Rodriguez, Andy Brace, Kieran Yanner, Lou Frank, John Moriarty, Ben Prevenovst, and Jesper Ising, and others. So, Runebound, the Island of Dread, is a great example of how art, theme, and setting can make something similar feel a lot different. Longtime viewers of the Dungeon Dive will know that I am a pretty big fan of nautical themed fantasy. And just by changing up the art and the setting, I am instantly drawn into this world, into the adventure presented in the Island of Dread. In the Island of Dread, you will be questing across these islands. And at certain points, you will want to visit settlements. And in the settlements, you can hire sea captains to traverse these sea lanes. And you can head out into the wide open oceans, the wide open seas of the Ceridor Sea. There is something innately adventurous about an ocean, about the sea. It's the mysterious depths. It's the wide open horizon. It's the ever expanding kind of it feels like it is expanding into the horizon of adventure, and a wide open sea just screams adventure to me. In the Island of Dread, you are once again trying to kill a big bad guy. And in this instance, it is a creature from the sea, very kind of Cthulhu-esque, you would say. And the main bad guy you are trying to kill in this adventure here is Asif Shib-Sa, and a pretty powerful monster there. It's definitely inspired by a great old one. I really do enjoy the way that looks. And here's a quick look at some of the other big bad monsters that you will be facing off in your finale. And to find your big bad, you will have to venture out and discover the Island of Dread. And the Island of Dread is represented by this placard here, and you will set your final adventure cards on that card. In order to find that island, you need to go on adventures, and you need to discover different different map pieces, I should say. There are blue maps and there are green maps. And to find the island, you have to have a pair, and a pair is a green and a blue. And then you have to state that you are searching for the island, and then you can find it and go on your final adventure. You can also trade these map pieces for legendary items, and those legendary items are represented by these tokens. This is one of the things that I don't like about this expansion. I think these legendary items should have just been cards, because they are little tokens, and while they are kind of cool and hefty and nice to hold, they don't have any of the rules written on the token. And so to figure out what they do, you have to take your unwieldy, oversized pamphlet rulebook and turn to the legendary item key. So you have things like the Spear of Trelton, the Sword of Antenor, the Talisman of Corsic Amen, the Helmet of Trelton, the Shield of Antenor, the Emerald of Corsic Amen, the Jewel of Trelton, and the Book of Corsic Amen. And each one of those legendary items, you need to have the pair of maps to find. Then you can draw whichever one you want from the pile. And then that gives you, it's a one-time use item. So it's kind of like this constantly kind of cycling pool of legendary items that you can also go questing for. When you move into a settlement, there is an additional thing that you can do during your market phase. And in this game, when I play this expansion, I play my house ruled market that I talked about in the previous video. So in addition to buying your gear at your blacksmith or hiring your allies, buying runes and artifacts, when you go to a settlement, you also have an opportunity to hire a sea captain. And you need to hire a sea captain before you can start venturing out into the open waters. And once you have a sea captain, then you can move from a port at one of the settlements following one of these sea lines. And as you travel, or these sea lanes, I should say, and as you travel, you will have to stop at each anchor point. And the anchor points are actually the blue/purple adventures in this expansion. So this expansion comes with a whole new deck of blue/purple cards. It comes with a new deck of green adventures, a new deck of yellow adventures, a new deck of red adventures, and finally the grand finale, the silver deck. And so that's where your bosses are going to be. So the purple deck of sea adventures, these range from very powerful to kind of weak. There is a large variety in here, and it can be very chancy. You never really know what you're going to find. You might find some drowned souls, maybe some merfolk charioteers, a mad sorcerer Astis, a spectral dragon ship. Oh, that is super cool there. A ghost ship, a sea dragon. You will have some quests that you can go on, or maybe you might find the Kraken of the Deep. You also have these actual things that are called quest cards, and I think these are new in this expansion. And when you solve a quest card, when you complete a quest card, you can actually take that, and there will be points later on with other cards to turn in those quests to trigger special abilities. Right now, my character that I am playing has this quest for lore. And I have to take this card and I have to travel all the way over here to the Mountains of Ash, which I'm almost at the Mountains of Ash. And I need to pass a certain test in order to find this. Let's see, the dwarves know much about the history of these lands. If you can find the entrance to their underground fortress, you may learn much about the nightmares you are living through. So you have to search the Mountains of Ash to find the dwarven lair, and then you can learn this quest of lore and then possibly use that at another time. In this expansion, you will also have these new events, and a lot of the events in this expansion will actually do something that's pretty cool. They will actually change the geography of the map. We'll take a look at some of the yellow or green, yellow, and red adventure cards in a minute. But certain events will have you place these land tokens on various sea spaces. So as you can see, some of the spaces will have a color border. And at certain points, you may have to cover up certain numbered borders. So this is number 1 here. And so if you're told to cover up number 1, you may have to place this all the way at number 1 here. And that might cover up something that you could normally do on the map. I should say one thing that I forgot to mention is this new map. This new map is actually just an overlay that you unfold and put on your original board for Runebound. And I think this is a wonderful way to accomplish a new board in a board game. But you will also see these red outline spaces, and those are all sea spaces. However, at some point the sea rises, and so those will actually become little land bridges. And so it will kind of, it'll section off the various sea elements. And then you have more of a typical kind of overland adventure game here. This is super cool. I love this idea of the land changing while you are playing. I like the thematic idea of the land changing because of the things that are happening underneath the ocean. It adds another element another thematic element to this expansion. So while I am playing Island of Dread, I also use the City of Adventures expansion. We did take a look at this expansion in the first episode, and this expansion also comes with cards that represent all of the settlements on the Island of the Dread map. So we have the settlement of Adalic, and this says the fair town of Dalek was first founded a decade ago after Queen Yvain's bloody take over Trelton. Many nobles fled south to begin anew, with what remained of the families and the wealth. In subsequent years, what had begun as little more than a fishing village grew into a prosperous town with a large lumber mill and even its own shipyard. And then we also have cities like Trelton and Talisant and Garnot. Garnot is this city is home to a large population of wood elves, guardians of an ancient grove of speaking trees. Unlike their more sophisticated kindred, their feral nature makes them quick to attack any who threaten them. For the rare few who can earn their trust, no greater allies can be found. So yeah, this is a great example. Like I said at the beginning, this is a great example of art and theme completely winning me over. I love this expansion a lot. I love the idea of heading out into the open sea. I love the idea of hiring these various captains, and the captains will act as allies, but they don't count against your limit of having 2 allies hired. Sometimes you might be out of gold, but you need to hire an ally so you can actually, or you need to hire a captain. So you can actually hire a captain on loan. And if you do so, any rewards you get while traveling are given to the captain so you don't get them, but you don't have to pay. The cheapest captain is actually a 0-cost captain. And that captain has a funny little rule where they get to keep anything that they find, any kind of treasure. Most of the captains cost 1 gold, and then one of them costs 4 gold. But it's pretty cool because once again, if you have one of those quests that you've completed, then you could actually hire this 4 gold captain for 1 gold. And he is very powerful. So the captains can actually help you attack and help you take care of the big sea monsters that you'll be fighting. However, if your captain dies while you are out at sea, or you get knocked out while at sea, then you will become shipwrecked, and you will have to become shipwrecked, and you will wash up on the shore of the closest island. My game so far, I've been playing with Lysa of the East, and right now she is traveling with 2 companions here, 2 allies, a Griffin Wanderer and an Alkalite of Flame. And she has 2 weapons right now. She has the Dragon Tooth Hammer and the Black Dagger. And she's had a real rough go of it so far. She got attacked by a rock, and the rock took her weapon and then picked her up and deposited her all the way up in the north. And then I had to hire a sea captain to try to come back down so I could get revenge on the rock in order to get my dagger back, because I really like that dagger. But on the way back, I got attacked by some merfolk, and they killed me. So then I got shipwrecked, and I ended up on this island over here, while the rock with that I needed to get my weapon back was just right here. I was so close to getting there, but I got shipwrecked. So then I ended up on this island. I went to this city here, the city of Gafford. And in the city of Gafford, I rolled up on one of the City of Adventures. I wrote up this Ride the Wind. And this says that after a recent battle, there are more griffins than riders. For 2 gold on your next turn, move to anywhere on land except the Island of Dread instead of rolling movement or sailing. That was super cool. So I got to spend my 2 gold, and I came back over here. I killed the griffin. I got my weapon back. I went to the city of Dalek. I hired my 2 allies, and now I'm heading over here to complete my quest for the Mountains of Ash. I've had a great, just adventurous time playing the Island of Dread. So most of the item cards for this expansion I have already mixed in to my base game cards, so I'm not going to pull all of those out, but I did pull out a few so you can kind of, there is a symbol here that shows this little wheel symbol that shows that this is part of the Island of Dread expansion. And so this is just kind of a sample of some of the items that you might find using this expansion. You might have an Elven Cloak or a Cloak of Frozen Peaks, a Shield of Glyphs, a Bone Sword, and a Sunplate armor. Here is one of the allies from this expansion, the Rune Enchantress. And then here are the various heroes that come with this expansion. We have Trinlo the Strong. We have an Adira Runehand. We have Icefer, Steelhorns, Landre the Wise, Vera the Falconer, and Grey Kier. And then real quick, let's take a flip through of the green, yellow, and red adventure cards. So these are the easy adventure cards here. So we have the Cerador Pirates, the Master of Flames, the Screeching Abomination. Oh man, that guy looks cool. Here's another quest, or another event, I should say. The Blessings and Curses, the Coral Golem. Man, the art in this expansion is really, really good. Here's a couple more quests. The quest for the Silver Key. Lovecraft fans there. The quest of the Black Lotus. I do like how this is kind of a Lovecraftian theme because of the kind of the great old ones coming out of the sea, maybe performing some dark rituals, or a god cultist, the rising god cultist, the Whites of the Crypt. Yeah, super cool. This expansion is super thematic. I love it. And then here we have our yellow adventure deck. We have the Enchanter Gran Ray, Dukreen the Mad Knight. He looks great. The Shadow Dragon, the Guardians of the Deep, the Fetid Mangahusa, the Bloodthirsty Dalaufor, the Green Terror, and the Cult of the Fireworm. You could mix in some of your other encounter cards from your other expansions, but they won't match the backs. When I play the big box expansions, I try to only focus on the encounter cards that come in that expansion, and just so it creates a stronger theme. And then there's a few of the red cards there. Not quite as many, but that's okay because you also have, of course, your silver cards and your blue sea cards, which there are quite a few of these blue sea cards that we have taken a look at. So when I'm playing the Island of Dread, I still use the In the Wilds expansion, the fan expansion that I talked about in the last episode. And that just helps kind of fill out some of the empty spaces for adventure. But I don't play with the quest cards because this expansion already has some of those quest cards, some of those things that you can go questing for. And when I'm playing one of the bigger expansions, I kind of like to focus just on what that expansion has to offer in order to get that real sense of theme. So, all right, you guys, I hope you enjoyed taking a quick look at Runebound 2nd Edition, the Island of Dread expansion. I've had a ton of fun playing this. This might be my favorite of the big box expansions because it adds, I love the theme. And it doesn't add a lot of complications. Some of the other big box expansions add quite a few more rules to the exploration. And I think the rules maybe sometimes get in the way of the adventure. But for me, this is kind of that perfect mix of just adding a really cool theme and setting on top of a game that has mechanisms and things that I already enjoy. So we will talk to you later. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Dungeon Dive. Daniel here. I hope you're doing well, and if you're not, I hope you are soon. Okay, today on the Dungeon Dive, we are continuing our Runebound Retrospective, and this is episode 3, and in episode 3, we will focus on the Frozen Wastes big box expansion. I know I've been teasing a little bit about my favorite cover by Jesper Eising, and this is it. I absolutely love this cover. I think the composition is remarkable. The colors are great. The characters, they feel like they look and feel like they are in great peril. The ice dragon looks awesome. I absolutely love this cover. It's one of my favorite pieces of fantasy art. In episode 2, we looked at the Island of Dread, and in that episode, I mentioned how that expansion used its art and its setting to create a unique feel. It made something that was similar feel different. The Frozen Wastes does that, but it does that with backstory. And so I want to read the backstory of the Frozen Wastes to you because I think it's pretty cool. So this says, welcome to the continent of Isham, the forgotten history. Thousands of years ago, a lone representative of the interstellar race of immortals known as the Jaffa landed his strange spacefaring craft on the surface of Terranoth. He was known as Arshan, and he had been sent to create the infrastructure for a new colony, an idyllic paradise for future Jaffa travelers to populate. Arshan and his mechanical servants began preparing the new home for his fellow immortals. They disassembled his ship and used the parts to construct an enormous mechanical city filled with incredible machines. He named his vast and shining metropolis Green Vale. His task complete, all was ready for the arrival 100 years later of the massive colony ship that would deliver thousands of Jaffa citizens. Among the new colonists would be Arshan's wife-to-be, the beautiful Princess Tyra. Arshan placed himself and his servants in stasis, knowing that when he awoke after his century-long sleep, the ship would be landing, and he and his beloved Tyra would be reunited. But when Arshan awoke, there was no colony ship. There was no Princess Tyra. Unbeknownst to him, the craft had suffered a navigational error while approaching the planet and had careened out of control and crashed on Terranoth's surface before a signal could be sent to Greenvale. Unaware of the accident and unable to find any trace of the vessel, Arshan could do nothing but wait. Decades passed, and still Arshan waited for the ship's arrival. Decades became centuries, and centuries millennia. In time, loneliness drove Arshan mad with despair. Eventually, his madness infected his machines, including the ones responsible for maintaining the land. Over the years, the climate changed, growing colder, darker, and more isolated from the rest of the world. Even so, a few hardy humanoid races did migrate to Arshan's frozen wastes. The weak or the Wyke, a fierce people whose sailing ships raid and plunder friend and foe alike, have settled along the coasts. Meanwhile, the nomadic Onuit, dark-skinned and amiable halflings, live inland, allying themselves with the Ulfin, a race of enormous intelligent dogs. The Wyke and the Onuit have come to know their lands as Isham, the land of ice. Now a new terror is rising. Saoirse the Vile, the evil iceworm queen, has befriended Arshan and is twisting his mental anguish into an insane rage. Saoirse has convinced him that the Onuit and Wyke are somehow responsible for the death of his princess, in the hopes that Arshan will help her to conquer all of Isham. Believing her insidious lies, Arshan has awakened the ancient Jaffa machines, relighting them after their having lain dark and dormant for thousands of years. Now they rise from beneath snow and ice to assault Wyke and Onuit alike. The terrible ice worms of the Queen have joined the attack, pleased at the chance to vent their ancient hatred for the Warmbloods and rejoicing at the opportunity to destroy them once and for all. Wyke runecasters and Onuit shamans have long foretold these days of white death. However, their prophecies have foretold the emergence of brave heroes, one who would conquer the ancients and save the land of Isham. That is a really, really cool backstory to this expansion. And while most of Runebound takes place in a somewhat traditional fantasy setting, that backstory moves this expansion more in line to a planetary romance or a Sword and Planet style setting. Of course, the Sword and Planet genre or subgenre of sword and sorcery fiction, most popularized by the Edgar Rice Burroughs' Princess of Mars, the Barzoon books, but also by people like Edwin L. Arnold with his Gulliver of Mars book, and then kind of a follow-up to Burroughs, and that is Otis Adelbert Klein and his Planet of Peril series. We have the Planet of Peril. We have the Port of Peril, the Prince of Peril, the Maze of the Moon, and the Swordsman of Mars. So if you're looking for something a little bit different, something more in line with planetary romance and Sword and Planet, this might be the expansion for you. Let's take a look at the back of the box here. The Frozen Waste expansion, Killing Frost Grips the Land. Travel north from Terranoth across the Sea of White Fangs and discover the snow-covered land of Isham, a place of frozen beauty and sudden savagery. There, those hardy souls who call the place home whisper fearfully of an impending doom. The wind grows even colder, the storms more ominous, and the creatures of the wild more dangerous. An ancient evil has emerged from a long sleep and threatens to consume the land. Now is the time for bold hearts to stand against the impending disaster. Now is the time to venture into the untamed wilds of Isham, to endure the ice, snow, and bitter winds. Now is the time to recover legendary items of power and wield them in the defense of warmth and hope's last glimmers. Vicious beasts lie in wait to cut short the journeys of unwary travelers, but beneath the ice also lies the secret of the land's ruinous mystery. Can you piece together the clues and rumors and stop the approaching blight? Are you brave enough to pitch your wits, your strength, and your will to survive against the unforgiving frozen wastes? Okay, so the Frozen Waste comes with a new board overlay that you will put on top of your Runebound basic board. I'm not a huge fan of this particular map. I don't really like the coloring. It's one of my least favorite maps in the Runebound series. I do want to take a look real quick at the artist. So, of course, the cover art was done by Jesper Ising here. The expansion design was designed by Jason Steinhurst, with additional design and development by John Goodenough and Jonathan Moriarty. We have additional flavor text by Tim Aaron. And then we have here original interior art by Tim Arnie O'Neill, Felicia Cano, Andrew Navarro, and Frank Walls. So the Frozen Waste adds a few things. When I play it, I do play with my custom market homebrew, which we have talked about before. And I also play with the Cities of Adventure fan-made expansion, which we have looked at before. And this includes cards for all of the cities in this expansion, including Greenvale, Vreed, Wykegart, Leigart, Rijeka, Ikrilu, Vizhak, and Saragart. And so those will give you interesting little snippets of adventure to have in all of your various cities there. And those are really the only kind of major component changes that I use when I play the Frozen Wastes. So the Frozen Waste adds a few things to the wrinkles. It adds a few wrinkles to the game. And one of those things is weather, and that will correspond with some new survival gear, as well as some new bad things that can happen to your heroes, and that is taking frost and getting white death. So it's kind of like getting like super frostbitten there. Weather is pretty interesting. The weather can change as the game progresses. The map here has an overlay of the different types of terrain, and the terrain will have these numbers associated with it, and that is the number of frost points that you take while you are adventuring. And as you progress through the game, the weather will get more harsh and you will start to take more and more frost damage as things progress in the game. Some of these are double-sided, so you have green, purple, blue, and red, and then you have the yellow on the other side, and those will correspond to the various encounter cards. And the encounter cards, we have a whole new deck of green encounter cards, a new deck of yellow, a new deck of purple/blue, and red encounter cards. And in those encounter cards, you will see things that will tell you when to update the weather. With that weather comes a new thing that you can take, which is frost damage. And when you take a certain number of frost damage, you will then flip one of those over to become a point of white death. And white death is kind of like a permanent wound that you can suffer from. And then you will need to go to certain settlements in order to heal your frost damage and in order to heal your points of white death. Additionally, we also have these new survival tokens or survival gear. And we have things like luck stones and snowshoes and flare crystals. And these are very important for survival because snowshoes you can change the result of a movement die to move better. And then the luck stone, you can fail a rerolled skill test. And with the flare crystal, you can fast travel to any town. That is very handy for healing your frost and your white death. So you want to make sure you keep a good amount of those in your possession. The game also comes with a number of new heroes. So we have Arvel World Walker. We have Zyla. Harnon, kind of a Sasquatch dude. That's cool. Lofen Boldar. Akulak and Orakalish. So that's one of the halflings riding one of the wolf companions there. And Shiver. So those are going to be the new heroes that you can play as. Another thing that this game introduces is two very different win conditions. So one of the win conditions is to locate the princess's crashed ship, rescue her, and then you will gain her token. And then you want to escort her to the northern settlement of Greenvale, where Arshawn is residing. And if you escort the princess to Greenvale, you immediately win the game. However, you can also enter Greenvale without the princess and challenge Arshawn to a fight. And if you kill Arshawn, then that is another way you can win the game. So two very different win conditions. That's pretty cool. Additionally, the game also introduces the concept of foraging. So in some of the new encounter cards, we'll have a little text for foraging. And when you beat them, you can take that card and that will allow you to do something extra for keeping that in your inventory. And then you can also sell those forage cards to the settlements for gold. And we'll take a look at some of the encounter cards now. A Cryomancer. We have the Cornered Direwolf. Here we have one of the event cards that tells you when you should update the weather. A Witch Tree, the Frozen Dead, an Ancient Scout, a Lone Direwolf, Cold Flame Wisp, the Crazed Berserker, an Ice Spiker. That's pretty cool. So so those were the green cards. Let's take a look at the yellow cards now. Again, that will show you when you when you would draw this card, then you would update the weather to a yellow star symbol. We have a Wendigo Stalker, a Yeti Shaman, an Ancient Flyer. So some of the enemies are technological in this. They are mechanical, and that's really cool. A Snow Viper, the Ancient Collector, a Frost Cub, Bear Cub. That makes me sad to have to kill a little cub like that. He's so cute. All right, and then we have the next deck here, the purple/blue. We have the Frost Shade, the Ice Wraith, an Ancient Enforcer. This does remind me of the City of the Ancients expansion in Shadows of Brimstone as well. And then here we have our red cards. And we have Lokai's Chosen, the Ice Lich, the Blackwood Horror, Barbarian Horde, the Blackwood Spirit, and there is Sarsha the Vile, the Evil Worm, and an Ancient Behemoth. One other thing that this game adds are these legendary items, and we have a small deck of legendary items. These can be used as basic market items in other expansions, but in this expansion, you will use these, and you will use these as little side quests that you have to discover while you are adventuring. When you set up your game, you will take all of the green, the ones with the green hex there, and you will set these up, and these are the items that you can discover at the beginning of the game. You have a Steel-Tooth Trap, Ragnar's Axe, a Spirit Spear, Gauntlets of Fortitude, Twisted Symbol, and then an ally, Frida Brani. And as you discover the green items, then you will put out yellow items, and then eventually you will put out blue-purple items, and eventually red items that get more and more powerful as you go. In order to find these legendary items, and in order to find the princess's crashed ship, in order to escort her back to Greenvale, you will need to do some questing and do some triangulating on the map, similar to how that fan expansion for the Runebound Tales questing used its clues. And to do that, for the princess, we have a deck of clue cards. And for the legendary items, we have a whole bunch of tokens that represent different terrain spaces on the map. And you basically have to do the same thing as in those that clue expansion, the questing expansion. To find this green item, you will need to be on a green adventuring space, and then you will need to have one matching rumor token that matches a terrain surrounding that space. As the items progress, you will need to have more clues, more rumor tokens to triangulate that space where that item is. And you can get these, and you can pick up the rumor cards or the clue cards for the princess by defeating certain enemies. And the enemies or the encounter cards will have certain symbols at the top. If that symbol is a princess card that you can draw, and that symbol is a rumor token that you can draw. And so that gives you another incentive to go out and have those encounters. The same thing happens with the princess cards here, the clue cards. Those will represent different kinds of terrain. And in order to find the princess, you need to be on a certain spot, and then you need to have cards that represent every space of the surrounding terrain and the space of the terrain you are on. So you will need 7 clue cards in order to triangulate where the princess's crashed ship is. So overall, I think this expansion is really cool. I love the backstory. It adds so much theme, and I like how it kind of pushes this more in line with planetary romances and sword and planet style sword and sorcery fiction. The idea of the weather is pretty cool. It's not too bad. It's pretty easy to heal. You don't have to spend a lot of money. When you go to certain settlements, you can just automatically heal some of your frost and your white death for free. So that's pretty nice. I love the idea of going on these quests for these legendary items. That just gives you another neat thing to do, another neat way to interact with the game. And I like that there are 2 different win conditions, and it makes for an interesting game. You can play the game differently with the same components. There's one thing I don't like, or there's 2 things I don't like. I don't really love the look of the map. And I also don't like how it uses the same terrain dice, but those terrain dice will mean different things because the terrain is different. So roads are fords, plains are tundra, rivers are ice, hills are snowdrift, forests are forests, mountains are mountains, and swamps are frozen wastes. And so you need to kind of be thinking about what these symbols mean. They don't actually match up. The legend should have been printed on the map, or really, Fantasy Flight should have just splurged and gave you a new set of dice to use with this expansion that had the correct terrain types on there, so you didn't need a legend to convert and to think about. But those are pretty minor complaints. I think the Frozen Waste is pretty cool. I love that cover. And yeah, this is another, I think another big win in Runebound 2nd edition. So, all right, you guys, I hope you enjoyed taking a look at Runebound, the Frozen Waste expansion. I hope you're enjoying this Runebound retrospective, and we will talk to you later. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Dungeon Dive. Daniel here, and welcome back to the Runebound Retrospective. And this is episode 4. And in this episode, we will take a look at the big box expansion, The Sands of Al-Khalim. Now, I thought this series, this retrospective, would be a lot more popular than it is. I'm a little disappointed in the views. I know people said they liked seeing really in-depth series on games. I ran a poll, and like 90% of hundreds of people who responded said they like the in-depth series, and people like to see things on old games because a lot of YouTube channels focus on newer games. So we are going to continue, low views be damned. But if you do like seeing this kind of stuff, please give a watch, please give a thumbs up, and please help share it, because I really like this series, and this is something that I wanted the Dungeon Dive to be from the very beginning when I started the channel 5 years ago. Is a kind of museum to all of these great games that we love, if they're in print or if they are out of print. But anyways, let's take a look at Runebound, the Sands of Al-Khalim. So this says, there is a legendary land, a place long lost. It is as much a dream as it is an actual time and place. Many have attempted to find it once more, but like a mirage in the desert, it has forever eluded them, remaining tantalizingly on the horizon. It is a harsh place of blowing sands and dangerous creatures, of beautiful cities and alien magics. It is the land of Al-Khalim. You play a brave explorer who has found the key to this hidden realm. Now the only question that remains is whether you will forge your own entry into the 99 Tales of Al-Khalim, becoming an immortal hero, or whether you too will be buried by the sands of time and obscurity. Rather than drawing encounters and event cards that describe the set story, this expansion allows the heroes to tell their own tales. Surely they will have to face legendary challenges, but along the way, they will explore mystic locales. Or will they recruit courageous companions, tame mighty mounts, or craft powerful runes? The tale is in the heroes' hands, and only they can decide how best to fulfill their own destinies. So I think the storytelling part of that is a little exaggerated. I'm wondering if they were trying to maybe capitalize on the popularity of Tales of the Arabian Nights. I think when this came out, the second edition of Tales of the Arabian Nights was not actually out yet. I'm not sure, but they are somewhat similar. So this game takes place in a desert setting, and we have our desert map, our desert overlay map here, as you can see. And this is probably my least favorite setting in Runebound. I'm not a huge fan of desert settings, even in video games. Whenever I get to the desert level, I'm always kind of like, oh, okay, here comes, a few hours spent looking at nothing but brown. And there seems to be fewer interesting locations to explore in a desert. So in that sense, this is probably my least favorite of the Runebound expansions. However, I do like a lot of what this expansion has to offer. So let's take a look at what we get in this expansion and some of the differences that this expansion adds. First of all, you're going to get 6 characters. Right now, I am playing with Arum the Sorcerer. And then we also have Corbin the Axe Bearer, Salah the Shaman, Talia the Thief, Kerga the Tracker, and Alium the Dervish. So those will be our 6 characters that we can play with. This expansion also comes with these little placards that you are supposed to put your character card on, and then you can keep track of your quests and your quest totals on this little placard. Not very necessary, but just a little extra piece of cardboard that this game comes with. Like the Frozen Wastelands expansion, you will also get some survival items, some tools, some survival tools that you can buy to help you survive the harsh wilderness. Whereas Frozen Wastelands, you were having to survive the cold and you could get frostbitten and you had to constantly stay warm. In the Sands of Al-Khalim, it's the opposite. You are trying to stave off your thirst. You're trying to have water and travel quickly throughout the dangerous desert environment. And to help you with that, you can buy a camel, and the camel will help you move. You can buy some gear for during your story step. You can add 3 to any of your challenge rolls. And then you can also buy some water, and this will help you avoid taking damage while you are traveling during the hot desert days. So also my character right now, I do have a Dwarven Fire Mug, which is an explosive that I can throw out like a grenade at the before combat. I have the Sword of the Air, and this is a special sword that I just purchased. And then I've also have a couple cards stowed away in my inventory for when the time comes to use them. These are both bandits, and they can help me. I can discard these at certain times during the adventure to give me some certain benefits. I am also joined by a companion here, a diminutive scoundrel, a halfling scoundrel. And he can take a special before combat action to do some damage to an enemy. One of the things that this expansion does add is a very large deck of new allies. And these allies are kind of specially formulated for survival in the desert wasteland. And so the different allies we will get, we have a living legend, we have the court wizard, the eldest sister, the sun sorcerer. I love that drawing there. That is amazing. A camel driver, a legend seeker, a desert guide, the middle sister, a daring sellsword, a wise stargazer, a treasure seeker, a bandit princess, an exiled northerner, a messenger, a simple hermit, a street acrobat, the youngest sister, a young slinger, a canny nomad, a minor genie, a light blind archer, and a prince in disguise. What I like about this expansion and Runebound, all of these allies, there's a good variety of male and female allies to hire. I think that's really cool. One thing we didn't look at is the art, the art credits. So once again, the cover art is designed by Jesper Rising, and it is very good. It's not my favorite. My favorite, of course, is the Frozen Wastes. I think I might have called that the Frozen Wastelands before, but the Frozen Wastes. And but it is still very good. And let's see the other artistic credits here. So we have the Sands of Al-Khalim expansion designed and developed by Robert Vaughn. Additional development by John Goodenough. Cover art by Jesper Rising and card art by Banu Adamiku, Carlo Bocchio, Jason Embry. Some new names here. John Goodenough, Saul D. Orejuela, Ben Pernavost, Freddie Siloy, Tim Van Gent, Frank Walls, and others. So actually quite a few new names providing art that weren't on the credits for the previous expansions that we have looked at. One thing that the Sands of Al-Khalim adds to the Runebound experience is a different win condition. In this game, you are trying to quest for a number of legendary items, legendary quests that you are going on. You can look for legendary allies or perhaps legendary mounts. You can find legendary items. You can craft legendary runes, and you can search for legendary locations. Each one of these quest decks has a number of cards. I think it's 5 in each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cards in each quest deck. On one side, you will have a little story about the quest. You will have the things that you need to do to solve that quest. And then once you solve the quest, you can flip it over, and then you will get the benefits of having found that location or having hired that legendary ally, or having that legendary mount or that legendary item or rune in your possession. The goal of the game is to solve 4 of these legendary quests. And that's easier said than done, because as you gain an experience, you have the ability to draw more and more of the legendary quests, so you have more options to solve those. However, some of the encounter cards will actually cause you to discard different quests. So there is kind of a risk and reward for as you are pushing out into the desert environment and going on having your encounters. Sometimes you might draw an encounter that will tell you to discard one of your legendary quests, even if you have already solved it. So there is this kind of push and pull and kind of a press your luck element to solving those quests. I can see good and bad things about that because of that pressure luck element. However, it can also make the game a lot longer, especially if you are playing with more than 2 people, because it can prolong the game. Somebody might get really close to winning, and then they will lose one of their hard-earned legendary items or legendary quests, and then they kind of have to start over again. So that can be a little hard to stomach sometimes, just because it can really prolong the game. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that ability, But in a solo game, it doesn't matter too much because the games aren't very long. We'll take a look here finally at the red cards here. Okay, so another thing that the Sands of Al-Khalim adds are these special locations, the City of Clouds, the City of Dreams, and the City of Faith. At certain points, you can discover these legendary cities, and they might appear at different places on the map. And once all three are out, the next time something triggers one of them to appear, they actually all vanish again and they go into the ether. And then you have to go out and search for these special cities again. And each one of those cities has a special thing that you allow your hero to partake in, such as the City of Faith. You can heal all wounds. The City of Dreams. A player whose hero explores the bazaar here may browse the top 5 cards from the market deck so you have more choice in what to purchase. And the City of Clouds, a player whose hero explores the bazaar here may move his hero figure to any space on the board at the start of the next experience step. One thing that this game does do away with is the market step. And so instead of a market step, there is a story and adventure step. And that can change depending on where you are on the map. If you are in a city, for instance, you can have a bazaar step, which is like a market step where you can go and purchase your items. And I still use my house rules, which I covered in the original introduction video to this series for the market. And instead of using the allies deck from all of my expansions, I use the special allies deck for my tavern deck in my house rules for the market step. So you can visit a bazaar and go to the market there. If you are on a hex that doesn't have any kind of adventure token or anything, then you have to roll one of the movement die. And when you roll that, you have to follow these various story effects that happen because of the face that you rolled. And so these are interesting. You can have things such as the Dune symbol. The hero becomes suddenly aware of the threats that lurk in the harsh land, and that might change if it is day or night. That's another thing that the game adds is when you wake up in the morning at the beginning of each turn, you have to decide if you are adventuring during the day or during the night. If you adventure during the night, a lot of the enemies are a little bit stronger than they are during the day. And so each of the encounters will have a day value or a night value and a day value for their life. So that is somewhat interesting, but you do have to remember from turn to turn to make that decision before you undertake your turn. You might find a road symbol. The hero and his companions come upon an old well sunk into the hillside. There you can discard your fatigue. Now, if you roll a lowland symbol, then the wind blows, and that causes this huge storm hex to travel around the land. And if the storm covers up things, then those spaces are no longer searchable, or you can no longer encounter those spaces. And if a storm hex, if it is covered by the storm, that hex becomes terrainless. And so you can't use any movement dice to move into that storm. You can only move into it one hex at a time if you have to pass through it. So it can really delay your adventure. Those are the main things that the Sands of Al-Khalim adds and changes to the Runebound experience. Let's take a look some more at some of these quests here. So I have already solved the Guard of Honor, gaining a guard. So I have this legendary ally here who can help me. And right now I am on a quest to find the Call of the Lamp. But there are other allies, legendary allies. You can find the Merchant of Mystery, the Tamer of Beasts, the Band of Thieves, and the Teller of Tales. Then you have a little story on there. So this says, you see a lovely woman on the other side of a canyon, singing a song of such beauty that it makes your heart ache. This wandering teller of tales will only join one who has the potential to perform heroic deeds, like defeating a dangerous monster and surmounting the obstacles between you and her. To complete this quest, you must defeat a challenge in a canyon space in the Shadow's Gate Rift. You must then succeed at the following test. You have to climb, swim, and test climb again in order to defeat that challenge. So that's pretty cool. And then we also have here on a dark steed, on a mighty mount, burrowing beneath, sailing the sands, flying high above. Here we have a magic carpet, a sand skiff, a sandworm, a dune burrower, a war elephant, and an ebony steed. Those are great. And here we have some more of our legendary items that we can find. The Scarab of Sands, the Scepter of Light, the Map of Mysteries, and the Ring of Luck. And then here we have our legendary runes that we can quest for. The Rune of Life, the Rune of the Wind, the Rune of Summoning, the Rune of the Sun, and the Rune of the Foe Bringing. And then finally, we have our legendary places. And that is the Cave of Chaos. I love that. That's awesome. The Den of Thieves, the Well of Faith, the Tower of the Sages, and the Valley of Exiles. I think all in all, I think this is a good expansion. I think it adds a lot for the solo play because of these quests and because of these story effects. I'm not a huge fan of the survival element of the terrain being so difficult to move through and having to take fatigue a lot. Because if you decide to move during the day, the sun beats down on your adventurers and your companions, your allies, and you end up taking a lot of fatigue damage. So you have to spend a lot more time in this particular expansion resting in order to alleviate some of that buildup of fatigue. Or you need to make sure you have lots of water in order to drink while you are exploring the desert. This storm, I think the storm is probably more fun in a competitive game because it can be kind of a take that element where the player who rolls up the lowland symbol, the winds blow, they get to choose the direction that it moves in. So that's kind of cool as kind of a take that element. But overall, it's pretty good. I'm not a huge fan of the desert setting. And I think that's the thing that keeps this lower on my list of favorite Runebound expansions. But I do like a lot of the things it adds, and I like a lot of the elements. I am also, of course, using the Cities of Adventure house rule expansion here. And we will have cards for all of our different cities. Syriasa, the Trader's Fort, the City of Dreams, City of Faith, the Court of Wisdom, the Prison of the Efreet, the City of Clouds, Iram, and Harum. So you will have different little adventures that can take place in all of those cities. This is a great little fan-made expansion. And in this expansion, I am also using the Caves. Now, the Caves was one of the fan expansions that I purchased right when I started this series, and I just got it about a week ago. And this I purchased from ArtsCal along with with the same place that I got my other fan-made expansions. And this adds a series of yellow adventures, so medium or easier adventures that you can discover if you find the right yellow token. So on one of the yellow tokens on this map, let's see if I can find it. There it is. I drew a C. And I wrote a C, I should say. I didn't draw the C. I wrote a letter, but that was right here. So if I ever went to this particular space and I flipped this over and found the C, that would be the entrance into the caves. And then once you find that, you can go into the caves and have a variety of different adventures. I'm a little disappointed in this expansion because it is pretty slim and you get a lot of duplicates. For instance, so that card is duplicated, and the mushrooms is duplicated, and the disenchanter beast is duplicated. So most of the cards are duplicated, and I think that's a little on the disappointing side because there aren't very many to begin with. And then within those caves, you can find a subsystem to explore, and that is the Ferox City. And again, if you explore the Ferox City, you have a small little deck of cards to explore, but a lot of them are also duplicates again. So there's not a lot of variety in this little fan expansion. This would be the fan expansion that I prioritized last. I would get the other fan expansions such as the questing and the the Overland Adventure expansions. I would get the other expansions that I mentioned in the first video way before I got these. If you want a little more variety, then I would get these. I wish that these had a deck of caves for green adventures and the blue/purple and the red as well, but they don't. It's only for yellow, at least from what I can tell. I haven't been able to find any others. All right, everybody. Well, I hope you enjoyed taking a look at this expansion, The Sands of Al-Khalim for Runebound 2nd Edition. If you're enjoying these retrospective videos, these deep dives, please help me spread the word because I would like to get more eyes on this series. I'm having a lot of fun doing it, and they're kind of underperforming, which is a little bit of a disappointment. So, all right, guys. Well, I hope you enjoyed this video, and we will talk to you later. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Dungeon Dive. Daniel here. I hope you're doing well, and if you're not, I hope you are soon. Okay, today in the Dungeon Dive, we are returning to the world of Runebound 2nd Edition. I am continuing the deep dive into Runebound 2nd Edition, and we are going to take a look at the final big box expansion that I own, and that is the Mists of Zanaga. I do not own the Midnight expansion, so I will not be including that in this deep dive series. If somebody wants to donate a copy to the Dungeon Dive, then I would gladly take a look at it, but it is way too expensive for me right now. Then after we do that, we will take a look at some of the small box expansions that I include in my games, and then we will move on to Runebound 3rd Edition. Okay, so as usual, let's take a look at the back of the box here and read what Mists of Zanaga is all about. So here we have Mists of Zanaga expansion. Far to the south of Terranoth lies a land of wild creatures and hidden wonders. But something terrible slumbers at Zanaga's core. The mists that cover the land carry with them a terrible curse, a corrupting taint that erodes the grip of civilization. Abominations lurk in the swamps and forests. The once mighty Lizardman Empire has devolved into roving bands of murderous barbarians. The Makim have come to a tragic realization. A malevolent force has taken hold of Zanaga, and it must be purged. Now the Makim work to awaken their primal gods, while the madness that is Tarake swells in power. If civilization is to survive, great heroes must rise to defend it. Will you have the courage to go forth into the trackless jungles? Will you face the fearsome predators and ancient deities of Zanaga? So this is a big box expansion, so that means it comes with a new board overlay that you will include on your regular board of Runebound 2nd Edition. And then this game also comes with its own, or this expansion also comes with its own decks of challenge cards. It comes with a new deck of ritual cards and a deck of primal god cards, as well as a few new heroes. And once again here, we have a wonderful cover painted by Jesper Ising. And then let's also take a look at some of the other artists here. So this expansion was designed by John Goodenough. We have flavor text by Daniel Clark, and the flavor text in this expansion is actually quite good. And then all of the card art was done by Banu Andaru, Felicia Cano, and Frank Walls, and the map art was done by Tim Arnie O'Neill. And I think the map for this one is pretty cool. I like the way it looks. Now it's a little bit of story time. I'm going to read the background story for Runebound for the Mists of Zanaga here. I think like I mentioned before, the background stories from Fantasy Flight games during this time period are really cool. And I love the backgrounds for all of these Runebound expansions. I think they're interesting. So this says it was a momentous discovery. 30 years after the Dragon Wars ravaged the realm of Terranoth, an expedition from the Free Cities discovered a forgotten land accessible only by a treacherous ocean journey. Those first explorers stood on their ships and gazed at the mist-shrouded land of Zanaga, dreaming of the unguessable wealth and untold wonders they would find there. Cities of stone filled with precious gold and jewels were soon discovered in the jungles. exotic animals with valuable hides, veins of precious metals and gemstones, rare plants, spices, and medicinal herbs. There seemed to be no end to Zanaga's treasures, but Zanaga also proved more treacherous than she first appeared. The savanna and plains of the land are the domain of the Leonin Sangara, a race of proud warriors and hunters. Travelers through their domain must be prepared to offer gifts and utmost respect, for those merchants or explorers who offend the Sangara are never heard from again. The jungles and swamps are home to the four-armed Makim, a reptilian race at home both on land and in water. Shy and reclusive, the Makim seem to be the keepers of a great secret. The highlands and hills are used as hideouts by roving bands of savage orcs and men. Dangerous and desperate, these people appear to be survivors or descendants of a previous expedition from elsewhere on Manara, one that failed. And then there are the empty stone cities of the Lizardmen. The Lizardman Empire has all but vanished, and they live on now as mere barbarians, killing all other people on sight. Everywhere the mist touches, the night belongs to the wilderness. Savage predators and swarms of deadly insects make travel dangerous. Even the most skilled warriors and daring heroes have fallen to savage saurians and enraged thunder tusks. Lately, even more terrible things have been spotted in the fetid swamps, unnatural things, the walking dead, and worse. Something is rotten in Zanaga's core, and the rot is spreading. That's really cool background. And I think overall, this is a pretty interesting expansion. I like the things that it adds. And in my opinion, I think it changes up the game feel the most. I think it definitely adds the most kind of rules, the most crunch on top of a typical game of Runebound. But I like it. It kind of propels the game forward in a way. So you will, like typical Runebound style, you will choose a character to play. This expansion comes with 6 new characters. We have Maliki the Claw, Spirit Speaker Elga, Rune Maker Tara, Anan the Trailblazer, Kala the Hunter, and I am playing with my character here. I thought this was a cool kind of a tandem character, a double character, some kind of a hunter warrior, and their beast there. And this is Saka and Kuto, and there's the mini for Saka and Kuto there. I do want to back up really quick and say thank you to a longtime Dungeon Dive viewer and of an online friend of mine, Dennis. He did send me 4 minis that I somehow lost from my Runebound core box. I think what happened is I recently sold a bunch of Descent 2nd edition stuff, and I think some of my Runebound minis got mixed up in that set. And Dennis kindly sent me the 4 minis I was missing from my original Runebound set. So thank you, Dennis. I super appreciate that. That was super awesome of you. But anyways, Saka and Kuto here. This character might be kind of broken. With melee attack, if you attack during the melee phase of combat, you may add your mind value, including its bonuses, to your melee value. That is crazy. Right now, I am leveled up with a +2 on mind and a +2 on melee. So when I do a melee attack, I am doing +10. That is a lot of bonus to my melee attack, and I like that. I like being overpowered in these kinds of games. It makes it fun for me. But yeah, I don't know. This character seems kind of broken to me. But right now, my character is armed with this heavy leather armor, which allows me to, when I take a wound, I can take a point of fatigue instead. And then I also have this Forgotten Flail, which the Forgotten Flail I can activate to do 1 extra point of damage. Also, one of the first challenges I came across was this Sabercat Riders, and I defeated them. So rather than take the gold, I took the card, and it's kind of a mount. And so I can activate this card at the end of my movement to move 1 additional space. So in a game of Mists of Zanaga, you are going out into the hex crawl map of Runebound, into the jungle here, and you are trying to solve challenges, quests, in order to draw these ritual tokens. And these ritual tokens will come out, and you will assign these to various ritual cards. Once a certain number of ritual cards or have all of their tokens assigned to them, that will determine who your final boss is. And these are these primal gods. So the various rituals that are going on in the jungle will eventually summon and awaken one of these primal gods. And so the primal gods are Gerard the Hunter, Hamza the Pride Lord, Herodon the Stalker, Molekile the Destroyer, Set the Deceiver, Tarke the Corrupter, Varni the Night Lord, Raven the Ravenous, and Arkne the Weaver. God, he looks so cool. I love that. The art in this expansion is excellent. So the primal lords here, the primal gods, they will have a name. They will have something that they do when it is their turn, usually before combat or something like that. And then you will have all of their stats and their health. The health ranges from, looks like 8, 6, 8, 6. It looks like 8 is the most health. Actually, the Primal Lord I'm fighting right now, or will fight, has 9. We'll take a look at him in a minute. But on the reverse side, you will also have some ritual symbols. And once the Primal God has been summoned, they are active in the land. And then those rituals, when they are completed, then one of the primal god's powers gets triggered. So I think this game, actually, this expansion does add the most interesting in-game kind of scenario to the base game of Runebound. Then here is the the primal lord, the primal god that I am going up against in this game. And this is Gorbor Gore, the Savage. And this is this giant white ape here, the great ape. Gorbor Gore receives a +1 bonus to its ranged, melee, and magic damage values for each doom counter on this card. So this guy here will use doom counters. And on the back here, whenever a ritual is completed with a sun or a skull symbol, then you will add doom counters to this card. If there are ever 8 doom counters placed on this card, all players lose the game. So this really ramps up kind of that in-game scenario, puts a lot of pressure on it, and you really want to, you need to destroy Gorbor Gore the Savage before he destroys the entire land. So in this game currently, I am using 2 fan-made expansions. And just if you go to Google, the best way to find these expansions is go to Google or go to Bing. I even checked Bing today just to see, because I don't know who uses Bing, but I wanted to check something that I don't have any kind of cookies with to make sure this actually works, because these fan expansions are found on ArtsCow. ArtsCow is weird. Things tend to come and go. Things are kind of hard to find sometimes, but if you just Google or Bing, if you want to use Bing, go ahead. It works. I'll show screen caps right here to prove that it works. But if you just Google, just search for Runebound ArtsCow, you will find the Runebound gallery where you can buy these fan-made cards. That is the best way to find stuff. When I present information, just search for it. I will always present information so you can search for it easily. Links break, especially with ArtsCow. ArtsCow is really fiddly. Their search bar on ArtsCow sucks. I can never find anything using their internal search engine. So always just go to Google, go to Bing, Dogpile, I don't know, Alta Vista if you're in Parks and Recreation, and search Runebound ArtsCow. You will find the Runebound gallery to all of these cards. So I am using the City of Adventure expansion, which adds cards that have random encounters for all of the cities within Mist of Zanaga. And it also adds a really cool encounter card for the Screaming Jungle. So when rituals are completed, there is a chance that a random weird event will happen as you solve your rituals. So you will have encounter cards for Greenhaven, for Anasan, for Terrace Crossing, for Sinjvarhim, for Zotol, for the Ziggurat, for Herman's Gulch, Stonefang, and the Lost City. And then the Cities of Adventure expansion also comes with some bonus rules that you can use for foraging, for different ways to do movement, and different ways to handle shopping. I am also using the Into the Wilds expansion. So the Into the Wilds was a deck of cards that we have taken a look at before, I think in the first episode of this series, but there is an expansion deck to that fan expansion, and that adds some different encounters that you can have while you are adventuring. So there are different types of encounters in here. We have tasks, we have people that you can encounter, personas, and wildlife, and I think, and weather. So there are 4 different types of encounters. So this is a persona there. This is wildlife. This is a task, so a dead keep that you might come across. And then there are also, that is a persona there, some kind of noble. Where's a weather one? I've never come across a weather. There it is, a hot spell, weather. I actually had a ritual of a hot spell here, and we'll take a look at some of the rituals in just a minute. But this deck here is pretty cool. I actually, during this game right now, I actually haven't been able to draw any of these additional adventure cards, because usually you will draw these when you are out on the map and you are in a space that doesn't contain any other kind of encounter. Then you can choose to draw one of these. That's what the expansion does. But in Mists of Xanaga changes up the game a little bit, so it makes drawing one of these expansion cards a little more difficult. I am also playing with my custom market deck, my custom market house rule here, and you can see the rules that I've set up for that on the first episode in this series. But I basically have things broken out into 4 different decks. I have my tavern, so that's all of my allies. I have my blacksmith, that's all of my weapons and my armor. And then I have my runesmith, and the runesmith is where you buy runes and rituals, because I just recently bought this small expansion, rituals and runes, and that comes with rituals and runes. So I decided to add the rituals to my runes stack here. Now, don't get confused with these rituals and the rituals that actually come with the Mists of Xanaga. That's a little unfortunate that they ended up using the same term for both of those, because it is a little confusing because they are very different. And then here we have my artificer, and these are all artifacts and magical things. So one of the big changes in Mists of Xanaga is the use of rituals. And you can have up to 6 active rituals out on the board at a time, and you will draw those at certain points. And each of the rituals will have a little bit of a story, and some of the rituals have an active effect that takes place when the ritual is out, even if it's not complete. And then the other rituals have a thing that happens once the ritual is complete. To complete the ritual, you need to add tokens equal to the number of tokens on the side of that ritual card. For instance, the Rite of Dawn here needs 2 sun tokens. The Rite of the Waxing Moon needs 3 moon tokens. The Rite of Pain needs 3 of these skull tokens. Once all of those tokens have been placed on that ritual, then its power triggers, and then that completed ritual gets added to the stack of ritual cards that will determine which primal god you will fight at the end of your game. One of the main ways that these ritual tokens get added is through these challenges. So every time in Mists of Xanaga that you draw a challenge card, you also randomly draw from the pool one of the ritual tokens. And then that ritual token will get added to that challenge. When a player defeats that challenge, then they can take that ritual token and they can add it to an active ritual. If none of the active rituals have a matching token, then you draw a new active ritual and add it to the ritual track. Any enemies that you don't defeat, they get added down here to this roaming monster track. And at certain points, especially at the beginning of the game, you will add a certain number of roaming monsters to this track. And this simulates that the jungle in Mists of Xanaga is a very, very dangerous. So there is a chance that every time you end your turn, you will be attacked, even if you aren't on a challenge token. And the way you check that is you check all of the monsters in your roaming monster track. And if that terrain symbol matches the terrain that you are on, then you are attacked by that roaming monster. So that's kind of cool. You can also go on hunts for roaming monsters. There are a few little variant rules to kind of change that up. When you defeat a roaming monster, you don't get a point of experience. You don't get one of your challenge tokens because it's not actually a challenge event. It's a roaming monster event. You still get the rewards, and most importantly, you get to add that ritual token to an active ritual of your choice, and that will determine which of the primal gods you will fight at the end of the game. So the 3 rituals that I completed in order to summon Gore here were the Ritual of Rebirth, the Rite of the Blazing Sun, and the Hidden Offering. Let's read a little bit of the flavor text here because it is pretty good. In celebration of the cycle of days, the Makim celebrate this rite on a regular basis. The 4-count beating of their drums and the skirling of their pipes is audible for miles around in the dawn mist that shrouds Zanaga. So this ritual is pretty simple. I just needed 1 sun token, and then when I completed this ritual, I would replenish all of the adventure counters on the board, and then the active hero must place the Lost City on his space. So the Lost City is a kind of a roaming city, or these are jungle cities that have been overgrown and they are discovered. This token is kind of constantly moving around to show how the various lost cities are being discovered. And in order to challenge the primal god at the end of the game, that you have to go to the lost city and then do a challenge, and that's how you win the game. This one came out right at the beginning of the game, and this one I tried to solve as quickly as I could because of its active power. So this is called the Rite of the Blazing Sun. The sun rises and sets in accordance with the ancient pact made with the moon at the dawn of time, dividing each day into day and night. But while the buzzing of the cicadas and the burning of the ceremony fires fills the air, the sun over Zanaga rises and does not set. Its heat blazes down on any who dare to go abroad, beating them down into the earth. So while this ritual is in play, when heroes roll 3 or more dice for their movement, they must take 1 fatigue. Heroes may choose to roll fewer movement dice during their movement step if they wish. So just right at the beginning of the game, this made traveling around very slow and difficult. And I like that. I like these ritual cards. I think the flavor text goes a long way in fleshing out the world of this expansion, a lot better than some of the other expansions do. And the effects are interesting, and they do change up the gameplay a lot. So overall, I like the new things that this expansion adds. Of course, this expansion will also add a number of new market cards. So here we have the Lucky Doubloon. It's a relic. We have the Falcon Claw Talisman, another relic, a Cursed Doll, a Staff of the Grave, a Treasure Map, a Dragon Breath Rune, a Drain Life Rune. And here we have some allies here. We have the Lizard Man Guide, the Lore Keeper Anak, the Beastmaster, Sangara Pride, and the Murkan Porter. Here we have some weapons. We have the Hammer of Doom, the Battle Sling, the Backbiter, the Bloody Dagger. I don't know, Backbiters always makes me laugh because of Baby Cookie from Beer and Board Games. If you guys watch Beer and Board Games, Baby Cookie's always calling people a backbiter. Bloody Dagger, the Mirror Shield, and the Skull Shield. So overall, I think the loot and stuff that this expansion adds is a little uninteresting. It's okay, but I haven't loved it. And then you will also get a pretty large stack of challenge cards in this expansion. I think this one comes with maybe the most. I'm not sure. It seems like it comes with a lot. But you will have a large stack of green encounters. So we have this Markeem Flinger, Murkron Hunters, a Mist Speaker. This is such a lucky draw. I love this encounter because the reward is incredible. This is a super easy character to defeat, and as a reward, you get an experience counter. You get to level up for free just by killing this one green creature. I was super stoked when I got that in my game there. A Tainted Monkey, the Plague Flies, Servant of the Mist. I think the art in this expansion is excellent overall. That one, the Eyes of the Dead. Oh man, that is so cool. I love that. And the Slug Herder, the Barghest, the Stalking Makim, the Makim Farseeker, the Tainted Wild Dog, the Savage Quetzal, and the Tangle of Serpents. And then you will also get a pretty large stack of yellow cards here. So things like the Mistvine Thicket, the Mindworm. This thing is nasty. The Devil Wasp Swarm, super nasty. This thing, its ranged damage is equal to the current round of combat, and it has 4 health. So there's a really good chance that you're going to get to the 4th round of combat. And if you fail your ranged check, you're going to be taking 4 points of damage. That could instantly kill a lot of heroes there. The Feral Saurian, the Naga Tiger, the Mistvine Druid. That guy looks super cool. The Dread Witherer, the Abandoned Temple that you can find. Oh, look at that. Super cool there. I love this. This expansion is really good. I don't play this expansion that much, and I'm not sure why. I think I need to play this expansion more. I've been having a lot of fun on this adventure that I'm on right now with Sala and Kuto. And or Saka, is it Saka or Salo? Sorry, I can't read that far. Saka and Kuto against Gore, the Savage. And then we have our blue/purple, the Lizardman Ambushers, Kagorek the Ravager. Okay, so there is the cover creature there, creature from the cover. The Giant Saurian, the Netmasters, the Sangara Berserker, Tainted Lizardman, a River Serpent, Medusa. Oh, that Medusa looks great. Super cool. Infernal Gargoyle, a Bloodling Swarm, Keepers of the Mist, Carrion Land, and the Naga Enchantress. And then finally, we have a pretty good stack of red encounters as well. And in this game, in this expansion, you're not just trying to kill one of a red creature to win. You have that whole deck of primal gods that you're going after. But some of the more dangerous red creatures, here we have the Zanati Vengeful, the Spawn of Tark, the Harbinger of Moleculi, the Makim Assassin, the Harbinger Set, the Runebreaker Zix, the Razorwing Patriarch, the Harbinger. Okay, I get it now. That took me a minute. Sorry, I'm dense there. But each of the primal gods has a Harbinger there. So I wonder if they do anything. There's the Harbinger of Gore. So these two guys would be kind of working in tandem. That's kind of cool. I like that. Yeah, really, really nice thematic touches in this expansion. And I think that's all. There's one more little group of tokens that you get new to this expansion. Like most of the big box expansions, at least 3 of them, add these survival tokens. And these are things that additional things that you can spend money on, that you can buy. And so we have our traps. What are these? We have a Dead Man's Compass. So this is a compass, and this allows you to change the result of a movement die. We have our traps here, our Lockjaw traps. Discard to automatically succeed in an escape test. And we have our Shaman Bones. And this is kind of a luck mitigation here. We can discard to redraw an adventure token or a ritual token. So if the adventure card that you drew is too difficult, you can discard one of these to take your chances and draw again. Or if you're really looking for one of those ritual tokens in order to complete a fairly dangerous ritual, or in order to summon a particular god that you're wanting to summon, then you can discard this and get another draw in the bag. Now, the expansion doesn't come with this bag. This is something I added, but I like drawing tokens out of bags. It's always fun. But yeah, overall, I think the Mists of Xanaga is a great expansion for Runebound. I've had a lot of fun playing it. I like the drive that this expansion adds with that ritual system and how those are kind of constantly changing the rules. I guess we could take a look at some of the other rituals, huh? Forgot to do that. So you have your rituals here will be in decks that match the color of the challenge cards. So you'll have your green, yellow, blue, purple, and then red. And then depending on where you are in the game, those will change. So right now I've progressed from green to yellow rituals. And the various rituals here, we have like the Dazzling Dance, the Ritual of Renewal, the Rite of Nature's Bounty, the Rite of Storms, the Rite of the Red Sun, Ritual of Resurgence, Rite of Stars, Rite of Suffering, Ritual Replenishment, and Rite of Flesh. And as you can see, they will all take a certain number of tokens. And once the Primal God comes out, If you were to complete the Dazzling Dance ritual, which has the sun tokens, then you would activate this omen power on that side there. And then if you were to complete the Rite of Suffering ritual, then you would trigger that power on your Primal God's Omen side. So that is everything that this expansion comes with. But yeah, this is a cool expansion. I think this is the one that I spent the most money on because it is also the one that I got the latest. The other expansions I was able to get before things got really expensive. But this one I bought, the most recent was purchased for Runebound. And this one I paid the most money for, not quite as much as Midnight is going for, but it wasn't cheap. But I think it was a good buy because this one adds a lot of fun. I like the story this one tells. I like the adventure that this one offers. I like the setting. I like the primal gods and the rituals and all of that. So, all right, you guys. Well, I hope you enjoyed this return to the deep dive or the Runebound Retrospective. That's what I was calling it, huh? I hope you enjoyed this return to the Runebound Retrospective, and we will continue it soon. Have a good one. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Dungeon Dive. Daniel here. I hope you're doing well, and if you're not, I hope you are soon. Okay, today on the Dungeon Dive, on the Runebound Retrospective, we are going to finish up our coverage of Runebound 2nd Edition, and then we will move on to Runebound 3rd Edition. So in today's episode, we are going to talk about some of the small box expansions that I own, and I'm also going to give some buyers/collectors advice for people just now maybe wanting to get into Runebound 2nd Edition and how I would go about that if I were just getting into the game. So here are all of these small box expansions that I have. First of all, if any game designers, developers, publishers are watching these videos, please go back to printing, go back to making some expansions for your games that are this size. These were so cool when they originally came out. We could go to a store and buy an expansion for a game we loved for like $8, for less than $10. These would be up at the counter, with little packs of magic cards, basically as an impulse buy. And some of these card packs would add so much variety and so much fun to a game that we already had and loved. They wouldn't add a whole bunch of new rules or anything like that, so we could easily mix this stuff into our games. And it just it created that long tail for Runebound with all of these little expansions that were always available. It was just fun to go to a store and buy something small. We didn't have to worry about storing it or unboxing a whole bunch of minis and figuring out how we were going to fit all of that back in our base box. Just a really smart idea, and I would love to see more adventure games, more dungeon crawl games today embrace this idea of the small expansion, of the micro expansion. I love this. It's kind of like what Jason Glover did with Iron Helm. He's got these small little booster pack expansions that are just really fun to buy and introduce into our game. So the small box expansions for Runebound came in 4 different flavors. We had the character decks, and those would add kind of like custom character classes that you could build towards while you were playing Runebound. It gave the characters a little more personality by introducing some special skills and challenges devoted to those classes. And then we have the cards with the blue banner. And those are item and ally cards. And like the name suggests, those all added allies and or items to the various decks in the base game. The green banner cards here are challenge card expansions. And those would just add encounters to your green, red, blue/purple, and yellow decks. So those would also just get mixed into your base game. And then we had the orange or red banner expansions, and those were the adventure variants. And these would add kind of a new twist to the game. These cards and these decks would usually take the place of the cards in your base game. You would have a more direct conflict with the big bad found in these, and it would add usually some kind of new twist on the end game. So in my order of recommendation, I would like the item and allies first, and then the challenge cards, and then the variants, and then the character packs. And we're going to talk a little bit more in detail about that when we get to the buyer's guide / collector's guide portion of this video. So let's just start down here to the left here and go with our adventure variant. So this adventure variant, like I said, this would add a new way to kind of a new challenge to the end game. This would change up the way that the game is actually played. And a lot of these things in here, you would substitute out cards from your base game and just play with these cards here. So it came with a whole deck of different challenge cards that would be thematically appropriate to this particular little mini adventure. And this one here is called the Seven Scions. And this says, in the Seven Scions, an adventure variant for Runebound 2nd Edition, a new threat looms. A storm that will destroy everything in its path is gathering on the horizon, and the Stormlords who rule it, godlike in their power, have devastated world after world. Your only hope is to awaken the Seven Scions, legendary defenders of the land, prophesied to arise in Terranoth's hour of need. So the variants would come, the adventure variants would actually come with rules that you would either change the setup or change something about the way the game is played. And then again, they would have their own specifically tailored thematic cards that you would face off, thematic encounter cards that you would face off against while you were playing that particular adventure variant. These are I rarely use these expansions just because of the way I play Runebound, which is kind of a highly customized solo kind of sandbox open world variant. That's just the way I enjoy playing the most. And so I rarely play with these. Some of them can be kind of cool, but I only have 2 of these, and I am missing, I believe, 4 of them. I am missing the Crown of the Elder Kings, the Scepter of Kairos, the Avatars of Kelnov, and the Cataclysm. And I priced those out today as of June 27th, 2023. And they range in price from about $25 to $50 each on eBay. The other one here is the Cult of the Rune. The Cult of the Rune expansion brings you an entirely new Runebound play experience. The terrors of necromancers and dragonlords are nothing compared to the insidious infiltration of mysterious cult that worships the runes themselves. They travel across the land performing foul rituals and corrupting the people and beasts of the land, and only powerful heroes can stop them. Don't get too close to the cult's forces, though, or you might find yourself next on their sacrificial altar. This expansion contains 30 new adventure cards. So again, this would be a whole little adventure variant, kind of like a micro way to change up all of the rules and stuff in Runebound. This would be a complete kind of adventure package. And then next, let's take a look at some of the challenge card expansions. So I don't have any cards in these boxes. They have already all been mixed in to my base game. And all of these small expansions expand just the base game. None of these small box expansions add anything specifically tailored for any of the large box expansions. So we have the Drake and Dragon Spawn. And I love that this includes this little paragraph here. There are no new rules to learn. Simply shuffle the new cards into your base Runebound adventure decks and play. That is by far my favorite kind of expansion. I love expansions that just add a variety of cards to the decks that I'm already having fun with. So this is the Drakes and Dragon Spawn expansion, hatches a new generation of legendary lizards to challenge your Runebound heroes. And then here we have the Dark Forest. And the Dark Forest expansion pack offers a new landscape of wilderness adventures for your Runebound adventure decks, including both challenges and encounters. And here we have the Shadows of Margoth. So the Shadows of Margoth expansion pack has been updated and revised for Runebound 2nd edition. So this must have been one that was available for Runebound 1st edition, which I have never even seen. The Shadow of Margoth's power and hate stretches across the realms of Terranoth, corrupting all it touches. Whether it's a mystical event or an evil foe, an unexpected challenge or baleful enemy, many adventures are scattered across the land, awaiting courageous heroes to fight them. And then the last two I have here are the Terrors of the Tomb and the Traps and Terrors. I really like these two a lot. These two I thought added a lot to the game. But here we have the Terrors of the Tomb expansion, provides a new host of undead horrors and dark spirits to add to your Runebound adventure decks. And Traps and Terrors is an expansion for Runebound 2nd edition that introduces the most heartless and patient of perils, the Trap. From the prosaic false floor to the baleful hand of doom, these devious devices and malevolent magics will test even the staunchest heroes. I always like traps, and more dungeon crawls and more adventure games need more traps. So of the challenge card expansions, I'm only missing one box, and that one usually goes for over $100 or about $100. Right now, I think there are two on eBay, and that is the Beasts and Bandits expansion. So that one is quite sought after. I don't know if that one came out. Maybe that one came out later, and they just didn't make as many. I'm not sure why that one is always so much more expensive. And then here we have the item and ally expansions. So these would just add new items and new allies that you can encounter during the market phase of your game. We have Weapons of Legend. Weapons of Legend is an expansion for Runebound 2nd edition that introduces powerful new items like Soul Stealer and Bone Crusher, and cunning new allies like Oracle of the Owl and Heroes of Holdfast. But that's not all. Weapons of Legend also introduces a new kind of card, the Equipping Ally. Okay, I wonder if this one has a rule on the Equipping Ally. So some of these would come with a little rule book, but the rule book would have everything you needed for all of the expansions that were out at the time that this one came out. So yeah, here we have Weapons of Legend. So we have the Equipping Allies here. When a hero gains an Equipping Ally card, he can choose whether to use it as an ally with no special text abilities or as an item. If an Equipping Ally is chosen to be used as an item, place a fatigue token on it. Equipping allies have no stamina, so this is the only reason it should have fatigue. It has a special ability text listed on the card, but its ally attributes are ignored. So it's an ally that you can either use as an ally or as a piece of gear. So that's kind of just a small little new rule that this one expansion added. Okay, Ritual and Runes. Runes, this is the newest one I bought. I just bought this this year in 2023. And this is Rituals and Runes is an expansion for Runebound 2nd edition that offers powerful new magic for heroes. Runes are well known to an adventurer, and new rune items like Everfull Purse and Fiery Doom expand your option. Rituals, however, are an all-new item type. Although they require a sacrifice of resources, they offer power beyond other items of similar cost. So the runes are pretty typical in Runebound. It's the namesake Runebound, the powerful runes that were found in Rune Wars and in Descent. The rituals here, you had to sacrifice movement dice in order to perform your rituals, and they would give you special powers. And then here we have Relics and Legends. I really like this expansion a lot. The Relics and Legends expansion pack offers new weapons, armor, allies, and banners. So all kinds of stuff that you can encounter during your market phase. This is a really cool expansion. These are the expansions that I like the least. And these expansions I actually wish I would not have purchased. I wish I would have taken the money I spent on these and applied it to the other expansions that I am missing. So the item and ally cards, I am missing artifacts and allies. That one is pretty hard to find, from $50 to $100. I am missing Champions of Kelos and the Walkers of the Wild, which I could not find any for sale as of today. But these add a kind of character class kind of mini game that you can play while you are playing your base game of Runebound. And each one of these is a special class. So this one I don't have the box for. This is the Wildlander. We have the Spirit Bound, the Blade Dancer, the Shadow Walker, the Battle Mage, and the Rune Master. And each one of these decks of cards basically comes with the same kind of stuff. So let's take a look at the Rune Master here. Now, these are more specifically made for competitive games of Runebound. So that's one of the reasons why I rarely use these, is because I typically play Runebound solo. These add almost a system kind of like Dungeoneer, the card game, which someday I will do a review of Dungeoneer, I promise. And these add a token system that, as a player, you will spend these tokens to use good cards on yourself, but then other players can use these to play bad cards on you during certain parts of your turn. And these cards also add skills that you can purchase with experience points to make your character into a certain class. In this case, you would make your character into a Rune Master. So this says, character decks offer an exciting new way to increase player interaction. And that they do. I just don't play the game like this. In the Runebound Fantasy Adventure board game, now your opponents can play cards to make your adventures even more menacing, and you can play special cards that give your hero a bonus when he or she needs it the most. However, you must utilize your newfound knowledge wisely because every action has a cost. It's kind of a cool idea for an expansion, and there are some ways that I've been toying with using these in a solo play. So we have basically two different colors of cards here that have a different costs. Let's divide these up here and take a look. So each of these expansions will come with 5 different skills that you can purchase, ranging from that go from level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's also a variant that you can start the game with your level 1 talent, I believe they are called. But these can be purchased for experience to make your character more of a bespoke class, so like the Rune Master. So all of these would be used to turn your character into a Rune Master. And then you have 2 different decks of cards here that have different costs. The ones that cost red, I think these are called Menace tokens. These are ones that you as the player would have a certain number in your hand, and these are things that you could play on yourself that cost this value here. So from 1 to 6 for this deck. And these are all different things that you could spend on your characters, such as you can spend that during your movement phase. Those, I think, get played during your experience phase, and then those get played during your adventure phase. And these you could just play on yourself to add certain bonuses. So let's see what the simulacrum is here. So for a cost of 3 menace tokens, until the end of combat, if your enemy inflicts damage on your hero, place the damage on this card instead. So this card becomes a simulacrum of your hero, and it can absorb the damage for you. So that would cost you 3 menace tokens. But then you would have kind of like 3 menace tokens in a pool that the other players could spend to play these bad cards on you. Some of them cost 0, some of them cost 3. I saw one in here that costs 10. So that's all of your menace tokens. So if you had played all of your tokens and you had 10 menace tokens in your pool, then another player could drop the Dragon Lord Seats on you. And this would be a giant creature that you would have to fight during your movement phase. That is kind of cool. What I was thinking about in a solo mode would be that I could start with a few of these cards and then pay the cost into a pool. And then randomly on each turn, I could draw one of these. And if there were enough menace tokens in the pool to play it, then I would just play it on myself during that particular phase of my turn. If there weren't, then I would hold on to these tokens to apply them to the next card, maybe triggering a more expensive card or something like that. I think there are some ways that you could easily use these in solo. I just haven't really explored it yet. And so for me, these haven't added a ton of value to my games of Runebound 2nd Edition. And some of these I did spend quite a bit of money on. Probably, I think the most expensive one was maybe like $50 or something. But each one of these character decks has the same allotment of cards. You will have those 5 talent cards to upgrade your character. Then you will have a certain number of good cards, a certain number of bad cards, and those menace tokens. So we have the Battle Mage here. Then we have the Shadow Walker. We have the Blade Dancer. We have the Spirit Bound. And we have the Wildlander. So the Wildlander, I do not have a box for. It's the only small expansion I'm missing the box for. Here we have our Wildlander, Sense Danger, Pathfinder, Forest Stalker, and Harvest from the Hunt. So those would be your 5 talents. Then we have our cards here. I've already divided this deck. So we have our bad cards here. We have Scorpion Sting, Flash Flood, Desecrated Graveyard, Glamour of the Wild Fae, Maddening Wail, Sundering Strike, Korgot the Destroyer, the Frost Giants, Thakog the Attended, Blackthorn Bandits, Recall Agony, Minotaur's Strength, Flesh Golem. And then the good cards that you could play on yourself as a Wildlander would be Master of the Wood, Forest Allies, Berserker Charge, Relentless Tracker, Rapids Rider, Herb Lore, Wind Blast, True Shot, Druid Circle, Awaken Treants, Rock Storm, and Heart Strike. So kind of cool. I think I should probably spend a little bit of time developing some kind of system to get some use out of these character decks in a solo game. I mean, hey, I've already paid for them. I might as well spend the time, right? Okay, and to finish up my coverage of Runebound 2nd Edition, I'm going to talk a little bit about what I would do if I was just getting into Runebound today, because I know some people still want to, and the game is getting quite expensive, especially the expansions. So if I was just wanting to get into Runebound 2nd Edition, what would I personally buy right now that would offer up as much game as possible and something that I would really appreciate? And I kind of did a little analysis here. So I would buy, of course, the base game of 2nd Edition, which the base game of 2nd Edition does come with a lot of stuff. You are looking at a really good selection of cards and heroes, tons of heroes, 12 different heroes, all kinds of cards. Just the base game for Runebound is pretty good, and you can still find that for not a lot of money. You can find the base game usually in pretty good condition from about $20 to $60. I'm pretty sure they made quite a few of these. Then from there, what I would do is I would actually buy the fan-made expansions from ArtsCow. Again, because ArtsCow is weird, the best way to find these cards is to Google or Bing or AltaVista or Dogpile or Ask Jeeves, whatever you want to use. Just do Google Runebound ArtsCow, and then you will find the ArtsCow gallery or the Runebound gallery that contains all of these decks. You have your Clue deck, your Cities of Adventure, your Caves. I do not recommend the Caves. I would not buy the Caves. I have found this pretty lackluster. But we have our Clues, our Cities, our Quest, our In the Wild, and our expansion to In the Wild. I would buy all of these. So right here, I think these are about $100, but that's with like $40 in shipping. Shipping from China has gone up a lot in the past couple of years. However, on ArtsCow, you can always find these coupons, and right now there's one called Big 35 Deal, and you get 35% off. So you can get all of these decks of cards for about $100 shipped. And these add so much to the base game of Runebound. I love these expansions. They just add a lot of random encounters, and random encounters are what Runebound is all about. And they add different quests and different side quests. These are just fantastic. I love these. So what I would do is for my just kind of initial purchase, I would get Runebound 2nd Edition and the fan-made stuff from ArtsCow. And I think just these two combined would be enough to have a really great game for a really long time. And then I would slowly maybe look for a couple of the Green Banner challenge card expansions or the Blue Banner item and ally card expansions, because all those do is add more variety to the decks in Runebound that you already have. And I think those are the best of the small expansions, especially for people approaching this game as a solo player, because as a solo player, what you really want is just a lot of variety, a lot of different things to experience. You want to increase the odds of always coming across new and interesting things. You can still find some of these challenge card and ally card expansions for around $20 to $40 each. So for about $200 in total, you could have a really great base game with a great overland hex map and a lot of adventure with a ton of different encounter cards. I personally, if I was just getting into the game right now, I would not buy any of the large box expansions. The large box expansions I rarely use. One of the reasons why is, for me, I can pull out the base game of Runebound with the Arts Cow expansions and just know how to play. The rules are so simple in Runebound. It comes back to me in a snap, and there aren't a lot of wrinkles to the rules. I can be up and playing in a matter of minutes. Each of the large box expansions adds quite a bit of new stuff on top of the rules, and I always have to remind myself what I'm supposed to be doing with the different components. And also with the big box expansions, you substitute out the deck of adventure cards from your base game, and you only use the adventure cards in that expansion. So you don't get to combine everything. And I prefer my combined decks of cards that I have in Runebound 2nd Edition over those found in the big box expansions. So if I were just getting into this game today, I would not buy the big box expansions. Also, they're harder to store. They take up more room. I can fit all of this that you're seeing right now into this base game, this base box. It all fits inside here. All of the Arts Cow cards, all of these decks, and the board. Everything that I need for my base game of Runebound fits in this one box. And that's kind of how I like it. That's how I would prefer it. So yeah, so that's what I would do. I would buy the base game, I would buy the Arts Cow expansions, and then I would buy just one or two of either the challenge card or the ally card expansions as you find them for a price that you feel comfortable with. Well, all right, everyone, I hope you enjoyed this coverage of Runebound 2nd Edition. Like I said, we will be moving into Runebound 3rd Edition in the very near future. Take it easy. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Dungeon Dive. Daniel here. I hope you're doing well, and if you're not, I hope you are soon. Okay, today on the Dungeon Dive, we are returning to the Runebound Retrospective. And in this episode, we are taking a look at Runebound 3rd Edition. And I think this is going to be covered all in one kind of long, comprehensive video. There aren't as many expansions for 3rd edition as there were for 2nd edition, so I think we can get it all in one super long kind of epic video. Let's take a look at the box of Runebound 3rd edition, and we'll read a little bit about the game here. Become a hero of Terranoth and defend the realm. Welcome to Terranoth. It is a land filled with great cities, powerful magic, and dangerous enemies. From the dizzying heights of Madman Pass to the hidden glades of Starfall Forest, adventure lurks around every bend of the road. In Runebound, you take on the role of a questing hero, ready to forge your own destiny. In each game, you'll search ancient ruins, fight vicious battles, and learn powerful new skills. Dangerous forces threaten Terranoth, and only the greatest hero can defeat them and restore peace. Will you become a living legend? So there we have the back of the box here of Runebound 3rd edition. So Runebound 3rd edition was released originally in 2015, and it was developed through 2016. So 3rd edition of Runebound was designed by Lukas Litzinger. Lukas Litzinger was not a very prolific designer. According to BGG, he worked on Android Netrunner, Warhammer Disc Wars, and Star Wars Destinies. So he didn't have a ton of design credits. The cover art was again done by Jesper Ising and Edge Studios. The board art was done by Jake Murray with Simon Dominic. And we have interior art by Jacob Atenzia, Alex Apron, John Bosco, Anna Christensen, Willame Dukos, Simon Eckhart, Nicholas Gregory, David Griffith, Jordan Kerbow, Matt Larson, Charlene Lescanf, Florian Stitz, Preston Stone, Sandara Tang, Damon Westenhofer, and Joe Wilson, with art direction by John Talon. So Runebound 3rd edition came out in a very prolific time for Fantasy Flight games. This was probably the height of their golden era, their golden age. We had games like Warhammer Quest, the adventure card game, the Game of Thrones living card game, Descent 2nd edition, Imperial Assault, Netrunner, Lord of the Rings living card game, Forbidden Stars, Relic, Battlelore 2E, their version of Talisman, Eldritch Horror, and Mansions of Madness 2nd edition were all being produced right when Runebound 3rd edition came out, or maybe a little bit before and during. You couldn't go to a game store without seeing a ton of Fantasy Flight game stuff on the shelves. This is when they were just a massive juggernaut. And I think because of that, Runebound 3rd edition got completely lost in the crowd and in the dust. And so Fantasy Flight pretty quickly abandoned it. There are clues even in the expansions that we didn't even get a complete cycle of releases. And I would bet dollars to donuts that they are sitting on one unreleased expansion that we will probably never see. When Runebound 3rd edition first came out, I remember it not being very well received. Runebound 2nd edition fans did not appreciate all of the changes. I bought it at retail as it was coming out, and I really liked it. It was a very different game, but I still enjoyed it. Over the years, I think the opinion of it seems to have shifted, and I'm surprised now by how much people seem to love it. In actuality, what probably happened is that the people who didn't like it just stopped complaining about it and moved on, and that's great. We have no love for edition wars at the Dungeon Dive. At its core, Runebound 3rd edition is still a hex-crawling overland adventure game. On the surface level, it does have a lot in common with Runebound 2nd edition. However, there are a lot of details that are different. It really does feel like a different game in terms of mechanisms. It is much more of a modern game, and it is probably overall a better designed game than 2nd edition. The seeds in Runebound 3rd edition were planted here for Lord of the Rings Journey in Middle-earth. And I think in some of the card play and the way the skills work in that game, I can see the beginnings of that in this game. Because it is a more modern design, I don't really house rule Runebound 3rd edition like I do Runebound 2nd edition. Runebound 2nd edition is a very basic game, and it's more of a foundation upon which I can build and play in or with, like a sandbox. It's easy to change things in 2nd edition and not mess things up. Runebound 3rd edition is a more tightly and focused designed, and in my opinion, it is better when just played rules as written. In this episode, we will discuss the things that make Runebound 3rd edition different. We will take a look at some of the stuff in the base game and all of the official expansions. And during this discussion, we will show some gameplay examples and discuss my general thoughts on the game. So the first key difference, I think, is the art. So we still have the cover design. The cover art is still done by Jesper Eising, but the interior art, the art on the cards, the overall graphic design, and the art on the board is quite a bit different. The board art is absolutely beautiful. I'm going to push in a little bit and just kind of do a flyover of the board, just so you can kind of see all of the amazing details on this board. This is one of my favorite game boards of all time. I love the size of the hexes. I love all of the detail. The art, the painting is just absolutely beautiful. This is one of my favorite, absolutely favorite hex maps in any game of all time. It's a real shame that the game was abandoned and we never got any of the second edition big box expansions with their new maps drawn in this new style. I would absolutely I would just love to see all of those great maps from second edition in this new detailed modern style because this art is just absolutely beautiful. The art in the game is a little more colorful. It is a little more vibrant and perhaps a bit more cartoony. So that probably does throw some people off. The cards feel a lot more modern. They don't have just a stark kind of dark black border. There's a little more to the cards. They just look a little more modern. I think Runebound 2nd Edition is just old enough to where it does feel a little vintage in its design. And I know that's one of the things that does kind of appeal to gamers these days, is having that vintage vibe. But Runebound 3rd Edition definitely feels more modern, and you can tell that they were working very hard to bring this more in line with Descent 2nd Edition, to make them a companion games in terms of their lore and theming and art. They were working, I have a feeling that they were working on the art for both of these new editions, for Descent and for Runebound, at the same time, and they were sharing art assets between the two games. Another difference is in the characters and how the characters are represented on their character cards and how they utilize skills. There is also a difference in how combat works and how assets work, and all three of these things are kind of intermingled, so we will work through them one at a time. So the characters that we get in the base game are Corbin, Master Thorn, Lord Hawthorne, Elder Mock, Laurel of Bloodwood, and Lisa. And on the front of these cards, you will have all of their stats. You will have their movement stat. That is how many dice they roll when you want to move. And movement is handled pretty much the same as it is in Runebound 2nd Edition. You will be rolling terrain dice and then matching up the terrain with the symbols on the dice. Now, one difference here is in Runebound 2nd Edition, we had icons for the terrain. Here we have pictures. I actually prefer the icons. I think it's a little easier. We also don't have any pictures for roads. You can use any of the dice to move along a road. And then this sign here, this icon here is a wild sign, and that can be anything. One key difference in moving is if you want to move across a river, you have to roll water. You can't just roll the terrain on the other side of the river. To cross a river, you have to roll water and spend that die to move across the body of water there. So you also have their health and their hand limit for skill cards. As you can see, something that is missing is fatigue. They did away with the fatigue stat in Runebound 3rd Edition. And part of that is kind of handled with the hand of skill cards, because you will have a hand of cards, and when you are taking a challenge, you can exert yourself by discarding one of those cards, kind of like spending a point of fatigue. You will also have these 3 stats here, and those will govern how many skills you can have equipped. As you level up, you will gain skills in this game. The 3 skills, the 3 stats are body, mind, and spirit. So basically you have your strength, you have your intelligence, and your magical stats. Then each one of the characters will also have a special ability, such as bounty hunting for Corbin, or a different way that they can spend the tokens for their assets when they are doing certain things. Master Thorn can do a teleport. Lord Hawthorne has reach. Elder Mock has restore spirit. Laurel of Bloodwood has pathfinding. And Lisa has 9 lives. If you are defeated, you may exert to heal all damage. That's really, really powerful there. On the back of the character card, you will have their starting hand of skills. You will have their starting gold. You will have an icon depicting where they start on the map. On the map, there are major cities, and then there are also smaller minor areas. And some of those minor areas are towns, shrines, and strongholds. And so Corbin here, he starts in a stronghold. And then you will also have the starting chips, the starting pogs that each of the characters starts with. And we'll take a look at those as well. Let's read a little bit about Corbin to get an idea of the flavor text in this game. Corbin was once a respected member of the Dwarven Mining Guild in Burrowtown, or as the dwarves call it, Khazad-dûn. Never one to take an insult without repaying it tenfold, Corbin smashed in the face of a wanted criminal when the man failed to yield to Corbin's cart. After collecting the reward from the local authorities, Corbin decided to switch careers. Now he is an adventurer and bounty hunter, where his hot temper, burning loyalty, and thick skull are powerful assets. Okay, let's take a look at each of the starting pogs, the starting battle chips, and the mini for each one of these. So here we have Corbin. I think this was a time when FFG was making really nice minis. They are definitely smaller than a lot of minis that we see, especially nowadays. These are probably smaller 28 millimeter, but they had really upped their miniature sculpting and printing game from 2nd edition to 3rd edition here. So people who like minis, I think will get a lot of use out of the minis from Runebound. And then each of the characters starts with 3 battle tokens, 3 pogs, 3 chips. And these are used in place of dice when you are fighting. You will roll these, you will throw these like runes or like little talisman or dice, and you are coins, and you will flip those, and then you can spin those to do certain things. We'll take a look at those things that you can do with those in a minute. But basically, you have some damage. You have some, what is that? I always forget what that is. A surge, a power surge, in order to trigger your certain special abilities. And then there are also some yellow shaded icons. Those are used to determine initiative. Whoever throws the most gold or yellow shaded icons has initiative in the battle. There are agility icons, and then each one of the tokens also has a little symbol that shows what is on the reverse side, because part of this game is a little bit of a puzzle. The combat is a little bit of a puzzle, and sometimes you can flip the coins to do certain things, and you always want to just try to get the best combination of your coin throws, of your pog throws there. Okay, the next character here is Master Thorn, a longtime favorite of fans of Descent, especially Descent 2nd edition and Runebound 3rd edition. Here is his mini. Unfortunately, his staff is kind of bent. I need to dip this guy into some hot water to straighten out his staff here. And then here are his 3 starting cogs. So our cogs, 3 starting chips here. Lots of magic ability. So this is kind of a magic ability, that symbol there. So he will do lots of magic. This is a doubling icon. This allows you to, if you threw that and that, you could combine those 2 together to double the effects of whatever you threw. Very, very handy there. Next up, we have Lord Hawthorne, another favorite. This is a really, really nice little mini. I like him a lot. And then his battle tokens here, we have lots of damage. Lord Hawthorne is just dealing a lot of damage and blocking. And sometimes you might throw an absolute miss. So that's just a complete whiff. Next up, we have Elder Mock. Elder Mock is super cool. I love this dude. Whenever I play the game, I almost always play with Elder Mock. I just like him in terms of lore and in terms of his look here. Once a powerful leader of a Western Orc tribe, Mock was cast out of his ancestral home for reasons known only to a few. Soon after, he began his long wandering, a spiritual journey which has taken him far and wide to lands rarely seen and even more rarely explored. Recently, he has traveled throughout the realm of Terranoth, searching for something of deep personal value. What that thing is, Mock will not say. In the late evening, you may come upon him gently tapping his tribal drum, chanting some sad orcish lay in a deep voice to the rising moon. Do not let his melancholy of aged frame deceive you. Mock can be ferocious when the need arises. That's just a really nice backstory for him. And I like imagining him in this world adventuring, searching for that going on that spiritual journey. But here are his tokens here. Again, kind of a magic-based character, and he has some doubling, but he also has some physical damage. So he's kind of like a battle mage in a way. He's strong, but he also knows some magic. And then we have Laurel of Bloodwood. Where is Laurel here? Let's see. Laurel of Bloodwood, kind of an elven archer. And Laurel of Bloodwood will have these 3 starting pogs. So just kind of more of an agile character, more of a character that uses their surge to do special things. And then finally we have Lisa here. Lisa's mini is okay. I'm not super stoked on Lisa's mini, but Lisa's pogs here, we have a good magic, we have a agility, a double damage there, 2 damage, and then another agility, a surge, and a defense. So at the beginning of the game, you will draw a hand of skill cards, and this is your total hand. This is how many skill cards you can have in your hand during the game. One of the things you can do on a turn is you can train to draw new skill cards into your hand, but then you have to discard down to your hand total. And skill cards, there are a number of different ways to use skill cards in Runebound 3rd Edition. In the base game, there are 6 different subsets of skills. And let's take a look at those 6 different skills here. So there are 10 skills in each subset. We have the Strength of the Wilds, the Thirst for Travel, Favor of the Gods, Military Training, Friends in Low Places, and Rune Magic. And like I said, each one of those has 10 cards associated with it. So here we have a skill, we have Interrogation. Whenever you defeat an enemy, you may gain a bonus trophy. A trophy is an adventure card that you beat the challenge on. You get to take that as a trophy. And then you can spend trophies to learn these skills and place these skills on your character card. You can have as many skills that match the icon. So Lisa here can have 2 body skills. She can have 2 mind and 2 spirit skills equipped. So there are some really cool builds in this game. You can focus on a build. At the end of the game, your characters really do feel different than when they started. So this interrogation skill, you need 3 gray trophies, and gray can be any trophies. So in the game, there are orange, there are green, and there are purple adventure cards that act as trophies, and we'll go over those in just a minute here. But for this set of skills, we have interrogation, stalwart, stamina, bulked up, discipline, living well, dual wield, intimidating, aggressive, defensive stance. And then we have another red set of skills. So there are 2 sets of skills associated with each stat. Here we have tireless, taxidermy, brutality, marksmanship, hardy, raised in the wild, feral strength, scavenging, adrenaline, mountaineering. And now we're on to our yellow skills here. So our mind skills. We have cheap trick, great band, streetwise, lady luck, cunning, unpredictable, puppet master, manipulative, ambitious, racketeering, black market. Our second set of yellow skills, adventurous, sense of direction, cartography, sharp-eyed, lay of the land, one step ahead, honed instincts, jack of all trades, sense weakness, cultural immersion. And then we move on to our spirit skills, 2 sets. We have conversion, offertory, circle of protection, revelation, walk on water, healing touch, ascendance, gilding light, meditation, inner fire, and battle sorcery, well of power, magic, possess, tap life, channel, farsight, magic shield, iron will, and counter charm. So as you can see, there are a lot of different skills in the game. Every single one of these is different. So that's 60 different skills that you can learn throughout the game and apply those to your character to create some very interesting combinations and characters. And each of the expansions also adds more skills. And at the beginning of the game, when you are setting up, you will choose 6 categories, 2 from each matching stat, to be made into your big 60 card skill deck. So there's a lot of variety in the skills. What you won't see from like Runebound 2nd Edition is Runebound 2nd Edition had skills like swim or climb or throw printed on their character, and those would allow you to add bonuses to challenges that had those skills. So the starting characters in Runebound 3rd Edition don't have any innate skills. You have to learn those as the game goes. You will keep skill cards in your hand, and as an action you can take to train, and that's when you can trade your trophies in to learn new skills. You can also spend skills from your hand to exert yourself, to add bonuses to overcoming challenges, and certain skills and certain things will require you to exert skills. And so the skills in hand, those become a currency that you can spend to overcome challenges. Okay, now let's take a look at the adventure cards, at the challenge cards. So as you can see, no longer do we have the challenges broken up into difficulties, starting with what we had: green, yellow, blue/purple, and red. You had 4 different difficulties of challenges in Runebound 2nd Edition. This game splits all of the adventure cards, all of the challenge cards, into 3 different categories. So we have combat, exploration, and social. Not all of the cards in the combat deck are combat, but most of them are. That just gives you kind of a clue of what you are more apt to draw from each one of these decks. I really love the exploration deck. Is a lot of fun. But let's take a look at the exploration deck first. So when you set up the game, you will draw 20 of the generic adventure cards. Then depending on which scenario you are playing, we'll cover the scenarios in a bit, you will mix in some scenario-specific cards. So as you start adding more of the generic cards to your deck, using the various expansions, you will have a lot of cards and you will only see maybe 20 of them in a game. So you will have a different subset of cards used for each game, depending on how you shuffle them. So one of the main things that you will be doing in the exploration cards is going on quests. And I think they took this idea from one of the expansions from 2nd Edition, and I feel like they also maybe incorporated some of the fan-made questing expansions in this game. Maybe they were influenced by it. But as you are adventuring, you will still have these adventure tokens that are set out on the map, and you can move on to one of those adventure tokens. And then for 2 actions, you can flip that over and you can draw a matching color. So in this instance, we would draw an exploration card. And maybe we would draw this, the Prince of Thieves. There are rumors of a new outlaw prince who hides deep within the hanging woods. He is generous to the poor and dangerous to the rich. So for an action, we can explore the outlaw glade. Now, this is a quest card. Quest cards are taken and they're laid by your character card. You can have any number of quest cards attached to your character card. And now we have a quest. We need to get up here. So we would need to get up here north into the outlaw glades. On a subsequent turn, we can move up to the outlaw glades. And then once we get there for an action, we can take an action to explore the outlaw glades. And then what we do is we take the number of terrain dice, the number of movement dice associated with our movement skill. So in this case, we have Lisa here with 3, and we would roll those 3 D6, and then we would look at the totals that we rolled compared to what we have here. And then we would get that thing for completing that quest. We might dig up some mushrooms. We might discover the outlaw's hideout, or we might secure an audience with the prince. These cards are super fun. I love the way that they utilize the different spaces on the map. They add a sense of questing, a sense of side questing that I really like with those fan expansions from Runebound 2nd Edition. So all of that is incorporated into the base game. It makes the world feel more like a lived-in place because of the way it utilizes the different names of things. This Outlaw Glade isn't just a name on a map, it's a thing associated with a quest card, and I think that is super cool. Sometimes in the adventure deck, you will also, or in the exploration deck, you will also have an event. And this is a random event that usually has 1, 2, or 3 choices. So here you approach a small hamlet and the entire population turns out to greet you. They lay their gifts in your path, begging for your blessing. You can gather a few items of value in exchange for your blessing, gain 2 gold and discard this card, or you can test your spirit strength, your spirit stat, to convince them that their gifts should be shared with the poor. Take this card as a trophy and draw an additional card. You would draw a social card. So let's talk a little bit about how you test your abilities in this game, because you will not be rolling 2d10. You will be drawing cards from your shuffled skill deck. And you draw as many cards as you have points in that skill. So we are testing our spirit. So our spirit is 2. So Lisa would draw 2 cards from the skill deck, and then she would look to see if she had any successes. In this case, there would be 2 successes. Usually you only need 1 success. If Lisa had skill cards in her hand, she could spend one of those to exert and draw an additional skill card to look for an additional success if she missed. So that's a pretty cool system. You're not rolling 2d10, you're not adding things, you are just drawing cards. Again, I think the seeds here were planted for Lord of the Rings, Journeys in Middle-earth, because it is very similar in how you are using these cards as multiple things. And I do like that. I do love rolling dice too, but I think that the system here has some benefits and is fun as well. So this deck here is mainly quests and events, but there are a few enemies that you might have to fight while you are exploring. But a really fun deck, a really deck full of adventure. I do really enjoy that. Okay, so now we'll take a look at the combat deck, the combat challenges, the combat adventures. As the name suggests, most of these have to do with combat. However, you still have some events and you still have some quests. So again, it's never a guarantee that you're going to get what the back of the deck says, but there is a better chance. So lots of combat in here against evil sorcerers. We have a deep elf, a troll, an orc brigand, a giant, we have an ogre, a beast man, kobolds, more ogres, more deep elves, more beastmen, and a hired thug. So if you were to move on to an orange token there, you could spend 2 actions, you could draw a combat card, and you might come across an event maybe. There are rumors of a powerful monster in these lands. Discard cards from the combat deck until you reveal an enemy, fight that enemy, but that enemy has +3 health for the duration of the combat. You cannot retreat. Take this card as a trophy. Or you can explore to try to capture the beast. If you roll at least 2 of the terrain symbol that matches your hex, take this card as a trophy. Otherwise, discard this card. That's cool. That's a really nice choice that adds some thematic elements to this combat deck. But most of the cards in the combat deck will be combat challenges. And combat is done by throwing your pogs. It's not actually pogs, you're not having a slammer or anything, but these are thrown to do damage and to do certain things. And the enemies also have a number of different tokens that they will throw. And in the normal game, the competitive game, your opponent will throw for the enemy, you will throw for yourself, and then whoever throws the most golden tokens gets to go first, and then you will take turns exchanging pogs, exchanging tokens, doing damage, blocking damage, triggering, using surges to trigger your special abilities, the special abilities on the enemy, or perhaps the special abilities on your character. Or if you have different assets, and we'll take a look at the assets in a minute, but the assets, the things you can buy, the kind of loot you can buy and find, those will add different things that you can spend surges on, and those will also add new chits that you can add to your pool of battle tokens. I think it's a pretty cool little system. It does take some time. It does slow down combat a little bit, but it's more involved than just throwing dice. And so there are pluses and minuses to each. Sometimes I just want to throw dice and just have a really quick, easy combat with simple mechanisms. Sometimes I might want something a little more complex, a little more involved, with a little more thought put into it. And that is kind of one of the decision points that I ask myself when I want to play either Runebound 2nd Edition or Runebound 3rd Edition. Do I want just a very simple, kind of basic, light adventure game that I can play like a sandbox? If the answer is yes, I'll play 2nd Edition. If I want to experience a more modern design in a game and I want a little bit more depth in some of the mechanisms, then I'll play Runebound 3rd Edition. And finally, let's take a look at the social deck here. So there are a whole bunch of different social cards here, and most of these are events. So most of these are combat, most of these are quests, and most of the socials are events, such as a runesmith. A friendly dwarf shares knowledge of a secret runesmith who tends the fires in the heart of Yurthright's forge. We can test our, our mind. We can test our mind at -1. So she could only draw one card to test this test to see if maybe we might get some gold, or we can test mind to have the dwarf share more than just useless rumors, take goods from any market and discard this card. We'll talk about goods in a minute. Goods are kind of like they are a pickup and delivery side quest that you can pick up in the markets as you go shopping. But some of these cards might also be quests, and I don't think there is. It looks like a few small enemies in these social decks. So you have a really good chance of not having combat in this social deck, and there are also a few quests. But again, there's a lot of variety in the adventuring in Runebound 3rd Edition. I think they did a really good job of just bringing that adventure, the adventurous kind of game style to life in this game. I really do like that. Okay, now let's talk about the loot, the assets. Now, I don't have my loot and assets. I don't have them separated out from the base game and the expansions, but we can talk a little bit about them in general. So there are 5 different categories, actually 6 different categories of loot: A, B, C, D, E, and F. And at the beginning of the game, you will choose 3 of those to create your asset deck. Just similar to how you would choose 6 of the various skill groups to create your skill deck. And each one of those letters has a deck of cards associated with it. So here we have our E cards and our F cards and all the way through D and A and B and C's. And so each one of these subsets will have a number of different things that you can buy when you go to one of the major cities. Just like in Runebound 2nd Edition, you will have a market phase in a city, and you can buy any of the assets that you can afford. Let's take a look at the E cards here. Each one of these has a good variety of things. Now, one of the things we mentioned just earlier was these trade goods. These are things that you can pick up in one city and take to another city to exchange for gold. So this is kind of that's a little sub quest. It's a little side quest, a little pickup and delivery quest. I think that is super cool. It's a good way to get gold in this game. Then there are things like the Fist of Iron, the Stone Armor, repeating crossbows, immolation. We have more goods, there are provisions. We have movement. These can help you move. A map stone, or maybe more goods there. More movement. A tribal cloak will add movement. A weapon will add a moonbeam flail, or an oak staff, a skinning knife, a dead man's compass, a wander stone, a bearded axe, a belt of water walking, a dragon tooth hammer, and then more goods. So some of these you will see will have a number, a code associated with what they are. And that means that there is a corresponding battle chit, a corresponding pog. And when you buy the Fists of Iron, you will then open up or grab your token here that corresponds to that. So this is E11. These are the Fists of Iron. Let's find the Fist of Iron here. This is, again, one thing that does kind of slow down the game. It's just trying to find these when you need to find them. But it's not too bad. It's manageable. But so if you were to buy this, then that would get added to your pool of tokens. And now when you throw your tokens, you can throw all of those. And on the card here, it tells you what symbols are on that chit. So we have a charge symbol. A charge is kind of like a super attack, but it prevents you from blocking damage on your next turn. And on the reverse side, we have an ability to block. But then if you have this equipped, and this is a piece of clothing, you can have one type of each item, clothing, weapon, equipment, and so on. You will get a +1 to your body score, and once per combat round, when you deal charge damage, you may rethrow one of your spent tokens. So that gives you a little bit of a chance to kind of mitigate some of that luck. Sometimes you might have movement here, so these will allow you to have movement. Each time you roll a terrain dice, you can add one mountain symbol. So you always have a mountain symbol. Same as there. We have this Moonbeam Flail. It has a charge and a surge. Whenever you deal charge damage, you may recast, you may rethrow one of your spent tokens. You can also you can spend a surge to do a Blood Moon attack, dealing 1 magical damage. Or the Oak Staff is equipment. Once per turn while exploring in a hill or mountain hex, you may re-roll any number of terrain dice. So as you can see, the loot is pretty it's pretty interesting. There's a lot of cool things. They don't just add battle chits to your pool, they also add cool little abilities. In D here, we have the Bone Wand, Obsidian Scale Mail, a Swindler's Coat, Contraband as a good, a Patchwork Wand, Munitions, Ornaments, Advertisement, a Halberd, Thieves' Tools, Dire Flail, a Royal Uniformed, Winged Boots, a Guardian Axe, an Obsidian Great Axe, Gilded Armor, and Contraband. Now, I do miss the full-size asset cards just because the art was so cool on a lot of those old asset cards. But I do like that these are a lot different. I think these actually change up the game a little bit more. They feel a little more meaningful. We'll take a look here through Deck C. We have the Cursed Claw, the Wild Furs, Relics, Shards of Fate, Twin Daggers, Material, Forest Garb, Willow Wand, a Short Bow, Leather Armor, the Mana Armor. Mana Armor is pretty cool. It adds 2 health and it adds +1 to your mind score. We have the Marsh Cloak, the True Sight Bow, Winged Boots, Hunting Spear, and a Pack. Now, one thing that you're not seeing, and this is a pretty big disappointment in my opinion, is there are no allies in the assets deck. There are actually no allies at all in Runebound 3rd Edition, and the allies were something that I really did love about Runebound 2nd Edition. I miss having those allies. And I think that's a pretty big bummer, because as you started adding in all the expansions to Runebound 2nd Edition, you had a huge deck of allies, a huge resource that you could hire. You could hire all of these mercenaries, and I loved feeling like you were a leader of a party, a leader of an adventuring party, going out on questing and having this retinue following you around. And I miss that in Runebound 3rd Editions. I think that's one of the changes that they made that I'm not a huge fan of. Okay, now let's talk about the scenarios. So Runebound 3rd Edition, the base box comes with 2 different scenarios. We have the Ascendance of Margoth, and we have the Corpse King. And we just get a little bit of flavor text. I feel like this game could do a better job of expanding upon the scenarios with flavor text. However, there are some story cards which do a good job. But see, the Ascendance of Margoth says that the Dragon Lords were defeated in the Dragon Wars centuries ago. We remember that. High Lord Margoth's body was never found, as he was hurled into the earth with a dread wound. But some believe he will rise again. Yes, Margoth is back in Pog form. And there is Margoth there, High Lord Margoth. And when you face off against Margoth at the end of the game, these are the stats, and it is an epic combat. And in the base game is not co-op. It is a race to be the first player to kill Lord Margoth wins. And then here we have the second scenario here, the Corpse King. The dead necromancer Vorkesh roams Terranoth, leaving a blight of death and destruction in his wake. He must be stopped, or soon every barony and free city will be overrun by the undead. And then there is the epic battle against Vorakesh at the end of the game. Now, as you see on the other side of these cards here, there are these tokens here. There are white and black tokens. And those are kind of like quest tokens. And depending on the scenario, those tokens will be different things. They will represent different things. They might represent dragons. Sometimes they represent webs, or they might represent cultists or undead. Those are a generic general use token that changes depending on which scenario you are playing. So each of the scenarios comes with a deck of cards. And this is kind of where I think maybe the seeds for Arkham Horror 3rd edition, or maybe this took some things from the way Eldritch Horror works, but you will have cards that are made specifically for this scenario. So the first thing we have is these story cards, and there are 10 story cards for each scenario, but you will only ever see 8 in a game because Runebound 3rd edition uses a strict timer. You have a timer along the side of the board, and every time all of the players have gone, you move the timer down. Anytime you cross one of these symbols, you draw one of the story cards. And there are 2 acts in the game. In each act, you will see 4 story cards. So that, again, that adds some replayability because you never know which story cards you will see in a game. As you go through the track all the way down, then you will flip it over to Act 2, and you will place that back at the top. As Act 2 ticks down, when Act 2 reaches the end, that's when you have to face off against the enemy. So there is a little bit of time pressure in Runebound 3rd edition. You will also see symbols like this on the time track. Whenever this symbol is crossed, you refresh all of the adventure tokens that have been flipped over to their used side. So that's how you refresh your adventure tokens. In Runebound 2nd edition, you refresh tokens sometimes depending on your card draws. Okay, but back to the scenario cards here. So there are the 10 different cards. I think these are really cool. These do add a lot of theme. They do take advantage of the different places on the map, making the world feel more lived in. When you're fighting off against Margoth, sometimes you might come across young dragons, or maybe you need to aid a baron. The wisdom of the gods, you have to go to a certain place and do a little quest associated with this scenario. Margoth's legacy. Margoth might be found in this stronghold in the mountains, or perhaps there's a master living in this hex there. So really cool. I like the way that these story cards work, and I like the way that they add some more lore and some more cool things to explore. And then, like we said earlier, each one of these scenarios will come with 10 cards in each of the decks. So you have your exploration, combat, and social challenges. Those will get mixed into your other cards to where you have a total of 30. So you have some bespoke, custom adventure and challenge cards for each of the scenarios. So each of the scenarios does feel a little bit different in terms of what you are encountering. And then in our Necromancer expansion here, we do have our story cards. So we have a Lord of Riverwatch, or the Hero of the Forge, the Undead Assault, Scorched Earth, Conscription, Friends and Family, and the Dead Walk. And then again, we also have our complement of adventure cards. The Undead Horde, that's a great looking card there. Necromancer, different quests here. We have another Undead Horde, the Reanimates, the Death Knights, and then some quests in order to find the things that we need to find in order to kill that Necromancer. So that's basically everything that you're going to get in your base game of Runebound 3rd edition. So in my opinion, I think the differences between Runebound 3rd edition and Runebound 2nd edition are very similar to the differences in Descent 1st edition to Descent 2nd edition, and to Mansions of Madness 1st edition and Mansions of Madness 2nd edition. It's a pretty big jump. It's not like, I think the differences between Arkham Horror 2nd edition and Eldritch Horror, they feel a little more iterative. It's a little bit more of an evolution, where this kind of feels like a revolution. Even though the game still plays like an adventure game, everything else surrounding the game does feel a lot different. And different doesn't mean bad, it just means different. And I really do love Runebound 3rd edition. I wish we had more expansions for it, more big expansions. We will take a look at the expansions in just a moment, mainly because I would just love to see those expansion boards redone in this new kind of vibrant, detailed art style. I think they would look just absolutely fantastic. Okay, now let's move on to the expansions, and we'll start with the big one. This is one of the most coveted and one of the most difficult to find expansions maybe that Fantasy Flight has ever made, and that is Unbreakable Bonds. Like I said at the beginning of this video, Fantasy Flight very quickly abandoned this game, and I don't think they printed very many of these expansions, and it made them very difficult to find. I was very lucky that I was collecting the game, I was buying the game as it was being released, but I've seen these things go for a lot of money on eBay. They're very rare. I don't think you need Unbreakable Bonds to play the game solo. Runebound 3rd Edition, the base game, it can be played solo just like Runebound can be played solo. You can just play it solo. You can control the monsters on your own. One of the things that Unbreakable Bonds adds that makes it more solo or more co-op are some of new scenarios that feel a little bit more like threat management, a little bit more like pandemic style gaming. And it also adds some AI for the enemies, but people have created their own AI battle boards on BGG that you can find if you want to employ that in your base game, or you can just play the regular scenarios solo. And that is how I play often. But Unbreakable Bonds is your official co-op slash solo expansion for Runebound. Now, I don't have the boxes anymore. I combined all of my boxes for my Runebound 3rd Edition stuff into my my base game. So in this expansion here, you will get 2 new characters. You will get a whole bunch of new adventure cards, a whole 3 new sets of skill cards: Battle Pilgrim, one with the land and high society, 2 for each of the 3 stats: mind, body, and spirit. You will get these envelope cards, which these are cards that you can stack certain things on them, and then you can send them in the mail from cities to other players to kind of reinforce that co-op idea. You will get some new combat tokens for the enemies. So this is one thing that is quite a bit different from the base game, because each type of enemy will have its own combat tokens. You will have mystic enemies, savage enemies, trickster enemies, and then normal enemies will use the normal combat tokens from the base game. Then you will have these combat boards, and these are used in conjunction with the new combat tokens. And these are kind of like the AI that the enemy uses. We'll get a couple new sets of story cards, because this game comes with 5 scenario sheets. It comes with co-op versions of the 2 scenarios from the base game. And then it comes with, I think, 2 new scenarios. And it also comes with a co-op version of one of the expansion scenarios. There is an additional expansion scenario that was never made into this co-op solo mode. There's also a new action that you can take, and that is the prepare action. And you can have 4 prepare tokens that this comes with, so you can keep track of your prepare actions. So the 2 new characters are Tatiana and Alium. And these characters are both kind of elf type characters. 212 and 212, so very similar. I am not a huge fan of these characters. These 2 characters, I think they're kind of generic, and I don't absolutely love them. But let's take a look at their minis here. So we have the mini for this dude, and then his tokens here, his starting tokens, just more kind of like a warrior. And then we have kind of an archer, kind of a ranger style character for the other character. And then we have her battle tokens here. There is a couple new symbols there. So that symbol is I forgot what that symbol is called. That is a tactics symbol. So they added charge symbols and tactic symbols to the battle tokens. And so you can see the rules there. Just a way to add a little more decision points, a little bit some more variety to the combat. So two pretty big additions to the Unbreakable Bonds expansion are the party skills and the twists. Let's talk about party skills first. In the co-op mode, or if you're playing solo, if you're playing more than one hero, you can form an adventuring party. If you have 2 or more, up to 4 heroes in a single hex, they can form a party, and then they can move together as a single unit. And if any of the heroes in that party have learned any of the party skills, all of the heroes can gain those bonuses. So you have things like combat support, teamwork, share the spoils, coordinated attack, watch your back, good friends, social club, cover weakness, scouting, and explorers club. That is super cool. I like the idea that they did kind of go out of their way to make the co-op feel like you are in an adventuring party, and I really do like that. You also have a new deck of, I believe it's about 10 cards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards that are called twists. And these twists get shuffled into your asset deck. And these add just a little bit of variety to the asset deck, a little bit of randomness, some adventure, some cool things that might happen during your market phase. You might find some new inventory, or maybe there's a festival going on, or you get pickpocketed, some street magic, local trouble, secret wares, a sale, price reduction, gossip, and work the shop. Just a nice little twist, a few little twists to add to your asset deck, and I really do like those cards a lot. The new scenario cards are bigger because the scenarios are a little bit more involved. So we have our Ascendants of Margoth and our Corpse King. So these are the co-op versions of the scenarios from the base game. And that gives you all of your rules, everything you need to play these in a co-op mode. And a lot of these co-op scenarios, again, like I said, they kind of veer off into pandemic style territory where you are having to deal with a lot of threats, and the threats will build up, and you have to, you have 5 fires and 3 buckets of water. It's that kind of thing. So if you like that kind of threat management style play, you may really like the way that they changed up the scenarios for Unbreakable Bonds. And then we have Caught in the Web. So Caught in the Web is a expansion scenario that they did expand into a solo/co-op mode. And then we also have 2 new scenarios for the co-op solo. We have Red Death and the Locust Swarm, or actually fighting the Horde and searching for the cure. And both of these are okay, but they are very, very pandemic style. They're very much in that threat management sub genre of gaming. But each one of those new scenarios will come with its own story cards, and you can tell the scenario by the cards. The scenario cards will have an icon of the main enemy at the bottom there. But here we have Ground Zero, Refugee Crisis, Merchant King, Fanatical Priest, Dire Straits, Death Pits, and Tipping Point. And then we have our new complement of Exploration adventure cards, Combat adventure cards, and Social adventure cards. Secret Workshops, Outlaws, a Diseased Priest, maybe a Diseased Soldier there, Meeting of the Minds, Lawless, the Immune, Diseased Beastman, another Outlaw, the Elixir of Life. And then in our other scenario expansion here, we will have Liantha's Warband, the Vena's Warband, Harketh's Warband, Burn and Pillage, Raiding Parties, Sights of Evil, March at Night, Total War, Stragglers. And then we have all of our new adventure cards for that scenario as well. The Blood Sister, the Chaos Lord, Uthuk Knowledge, the Uthuk Berserker, the Flesh Ripper, the Chaos Lord again, Scout the Area, the Uthuk Deserter, Captured Citizens, Rune of Power, Lure Poison, and Refugees. So again, all kinds of new and cool things that you will get to experience in this expansion. And then probably the biggest thing are these battle boards. And these are the AI for the enemies for when you go into combat. And depending on the type of enemy, so each enemy will have a certain category here. So you might have a warrior, and a warrior uses the brown board and the brown tokens. Or maybe we have, let's see, the savage. The savage, no, actually the green is trickster, savage is red, and purple is mystic. So depending on what the enemy type is, you will use that battle board, and that will govern the enemy's AI and how they will spend their tokens. When they cast their tokens, you will align those with the various spots on the battle board, and then you will go down from top to bottom, executing each move and doing what it says on the battle board. It just gives you a little bit more variety, a little bit of an easier way to handle the enemy AI. And one thing that the Unbreakable Bonds expansion does with combat is it turns combat into a very, very deadly thing. At the end of each combat, you will be beat up. You will have a lot of wounds. Combat is very difficult in this expansion, but it does it on purpose. It does it as a way to throttle your time, because it makes you take rest actions more often, so that time is ticking away, so that the game can fight back with with delivering its threats. So because of that threat management style system, the game needs to be a little bit longer and a little bit more drawn out, so the game's AI can build the threat to add a challenge to the players. So that's why combat is far more deadly using Unbreakable Bonds. So that's basically everything you'll get in Unbreakable Bonds. Now we'll take a look at the 4 small expansions. The first one is a scenario expansion, and that's called Caught in the Web. So again, Caught in the Web does come with a co-op and solo version in Unbreakable Bonds. And you will also get your scenario cards for Caught in the Web. You will get your 10 story cards. So as this one suggests, it's all about dealing with spiders, and there's webs everywhere, and you have to deal with all of these little spider outbreaks. You're kind of like fantasy pest control in this one. And you will also get, again, your 10 new combat cards, your 10 new adventure cards, and your exploration cards, and your 10 new social cards. And so these add all kinds of things: a pestilence swarms, a bane spider, a spider's trap. Maybe you need to go on this quest to find this forest that's been blanketed in webs, an infested gardens, murky dwellings, a cave spider, another bane spider, prophetic rumors, pestilent swarm. So yeah, very, very thematic. If you have arachnophobia, I do not recommend this expansion there. This expansion also comes with a single new hero. So you will get Jonas the Kind. And let's see, Jonas's mini is here. Pretty cool mini. I like the quarterstaff there. That's nice. And then his starting pogs here. So we have a 2 charge, a combat, a damage there, a defense, more damage, a doubler. And then you will also get your normal non-co-op, non-solo version of the Caught in the Web scenario. And that's basically it. It's a pretty small expansion. These expansions were in kind of a medium-sized boxes. They weren't in the small box expansions like Runebound 2nd Edition, but they also weren't in big boxes with lids. They had flaps at the end. So they weren't very nice boxes. A very thin cardboard, not like a sturdy cardboard box from a game. And so that's why I decided not to keep any of these expansions. Now, one of the expansions was never expanded to have a solo or co-op mode, and that is Fall of the Dark Star here. And Fall of the Dark Star comes with one new character, and that new character is right here. So we get Zyla, and Zyla is kind of like this imp or this demon thing. She's pretty cool here. Really neat mini there with the wings. And then we have her combat tokens here. So those are her 3 starting combat tokens. And she actually has a 0 for body and a 2 and a 2. She can channel chaos. She uses 4 dice for movement, and she has a 7 health and 3 cards in her skill hand. or her hand of skill cards, I should say. And then here we have the Fall of the Dark Star. So this is the expansion that was never made into a co-op or solo version. This expansion also comes with some new corruption cards. So I think this is the only, yes, this is the only expansion that comes with a new deck of completely new cards. So these are things that you will have to deal with, some other threat that you will have to deal with while you are playing this expansion. But then, like the others, you have your 10 story cards. So let's see, we have Ascent of the Exile Peak, Blood at Hunter's Circle, Rifts at the Garden, Brawl at Dawnsmore, The Darkest Curse, Blessing of Wormwood, and Visions of Dawn. Lots of cool quests in this expansion. This expansion is pretty cool. And then, of course, we get all of our normal adventure cards. So we have our combat cards. You will be fighting things like the Stubborn Specters, or Dark Priests, Bandits. You will have quests like Ominous Preparations, or Whispering Winds, Thorns of Fire. And then you will have some interactions, some events like Woeful Song, Messages of the Stars, and Elder Interpreter. So that is the Fall of the Dark Star expansion. I wish they would have included a co-op or solo mode. I'm not sure why they didn't. I'm not sure why this one didn't get the treatment. Maybe it just wasn't in the lineup. I don't know. I can't remember the release order for these. So this might have come out too late or too early, or maybe they had just abandoned the game by the time they got around to doing it. And then here we have two character expansions. And here is where I think the clues are that we didn't get a third character expansion, and there should have been a third character expansion. So here we have the Gilded Blade and Mountain Rise. And each one of these comes with one character and all of the things you need to play that character. So here we get Nanok of the Blade for the Mountain Rise, kind of this barbarian type character. And here we get fan favorite Red Scorpion. So each one of these comes with those. It comes with a new deck of asset cards, some new combat tokens, and new skill cards. However, the Nanok of the Blade comes with a new deck of blue skill cards, and the Red Scorpion comes with a new deck of yellow skill cards. We never got an expansion that came with a new deck of red skill cards, of body skill cards. And I have a feeling that this character here was probably going to be in a third character expansion, and she would have come with a new deck of red skill cards, because now we have, when we're mixing and matching our skill cards to make our skill deck at the beginning of the game, the red cards, there are fewer number of red cards to choose from. So that really does lead me to believe that we were never given a complete cycle of Runebound 3rd Edition. But the Nanok mini, this dude is awesome. I love this mini so much. This is a fantastic barbarian mini. They did a fantastic job with that guy. And then here we have his starting tokens here, his starting battle tokens. And then, of course, we have Red Scorpion. Much better pose than her old pose from Runebound 2nd Edition, that is for sure. And then we have her starting battle tokens. The asset cards and the skill cards have already been shown, I believe. Let's see here. We've got, so here's the cards from Nanok. So we have the blue cards here: Aria of War, Stars and Omens, Song of Mending, Glory of Battle, Quick Anecdote, A Tale to Tell. He's kind of like a bard. He's a barbarian that is boisterous and, likes to tell stories, likes to sit around a campfire and tell tales. Once per combat, Cacophony, Rewriting History, Vision of Woe, and Wild Heart. And then here are the cards that come with, those are the Power of Profit for Red Scorpion here. We have Caravan Network, Superiority Complex, Victory Foretold, Quick Fix, Knowledge Gained, Evacuation Protocol, Investments, Complete Confidence, Negotiations, Limitless Ambition, Pursuit of Knowledge. And then here are the other skill cards that came with Unbreakable Bonds. We get the Jump, Cautious, Slippery, Expert Shopper, Local Quests, Exploit Defense, Lessons, Fast Horses, Master Thief, and then our body skills here. We have Skilled Tracker, Itinerant, Pursuit of Strength, Execute, Hiker, Veteran Fighter, Battle Rush, Reckless, Trapper, Endless Energy, and finally, Journeyed, Speed of Kurnos, Canoeing, Blessed Armor, Ride the Wind, Vessel of the Spirits, Blessed Weapon, Pursuit of Magic, Divine Voices, and Divine Missile. So, all right, well, that was an exhaustive look at Runebound 3rd Edition. I believe that is all of the official expansions. I'm not sure if FFG ever made any promos for this game. I'm sure if they did, I'm sure they are super expensive just because of how expensive everything else is for this game. I really do like Runebound 3rd Edition. Again, it is a different kind of game, or it's a similar kind of game, just with different mechanisms. It's a different way to execute a similar adventure style game. And it just depends on what kind of mood I am in, which game I want to play. If I want something simple, straightforward, something that I can add a lot of house rules, something that I can tinker with, like a sandbox game, I will play Runebound 2nd Edition. If I want something that has a little bit more modern design, a little bit more, some more modern mechanisms, and I want to play something that maybe has a little bit more threat management and a little bit more to it, a little bit more involved combat, I will play Runebound 3rd Edition. I am super happy to have both in my collection. I know this game is super expensive, and I'm sorry to be spending so much time on a game that is so hard to find and so expensive. I really wish Fantasy Flight would bring Runebound back. I would love to see that 3rd character expansion. I don't want to see a 4th edition. I would just like them to bring 3rd edition back and continue to expand 3rd edition. Give us some new 3rd edition versions of those big box expansions where we can get some of that great new map art. And I think that would be awesome. But I also think that there's probably a snowball's chance in hell that we will ever see Runebound come back. So, all right, you guys. Well, hey, that is the end. That is the final episode of the Runebound Retrospective. We have covered everything that I own for all of the Runebound games. And I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you've had a nice time going on this adventure with me. And we will talk to you later. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Dungeon Dive. Daniel here. I hope you're doing well, and if you're not, I hope you are soon. Okay, today on the Dungeon Dive, I'm going to offer up 6 alternatives to Runebound. I know Runebound can be a hard game to find. It can be a very expensive game to purchase, and so I wanted to offer up some alternatives. However, I think Runebound is a pretty hard game to substitute for, to replace, not because it does one thing really well, but because it does a handful of little things that when combined make it a pretty spectacular package. So the first thing we're going to do is discuss those things that I think make Runebound what it is. So point number 1 is Runebound at its core is a competitive game. Yes, it has pretty paltry solo rules that you can play, and over the years, people have developed better solo rules. But at its core, if you play rules as written, Runebound is a competitive game. Like Talisman, it is a race game. There is one winner. It is not a co-op game. And so many fantasy, adventure, and dungeon crawl games made today are co-op, and I think that's great. Those are the games that I prefer. I play almost all of my games either co-op or solo. So competitive games aren't something I seek, but it is something that makes Runebound different than a lot of the games that have come after it. Point number 2, Runebound is simplistic, and because it is so simplistic, it is highly customizable. I can put Runebound on a shelf, pull it out, and remember how to play in a matter of minutes. It is a very, very easy game to learn. And to remember how to play. And that is one thing I really do appreciate about this game. So many modern games are far more complex than Runebound. Now, because of its simplistic rules, it is also highly customizable. Again, like Talisman, it is a game that is easy to add house rules to because there isn't a lot to break by changing things or adding things to the simplistic foundation. Number 3, Runebound had a long tail. Now, a long tail is something that Alan and I recently discussed on the last episode of Alone Together with Perplexing Ruins and the Dungeon Dive. And I brought up the topic of a long tail. And what that means is the developer, the publisher, Fantasy Flight Games, they allowed Runebound a lot of room over the years to breathe and to develop and to add to. They introduced the base game, people got into the base game, and then they would do a drip feed of expansions over the course of many years. These days, games like Runebound would probably be crowdfunded. They would hit Kickstarter with the base game and then all of the expansions at once. People would get overwhelmed. All of the hype would be before the game was released. The game would get released. People would play it a little bit and then it would get shelved or sold and quickly forgotten. But because Fantasy Flight had the means to and the opportunities to allow Runebound room to breathe, to develop on the shelf, to add expansions slowly over the years, that gave a chance for the community to grow. The longer the game was interacted with all of the fans, the better the house rules became, the better the fan expansions became, and the longer Runebound stayed in the zeitgeist. And that is very important for games, and it's something that I think is really lacking in games today. Point number 4, the open sense of adventure, and it is not story or scenario driven. Runebound very much is an open world kind of sandbox hex crawl where you can go out in any direction. You have one goal. That goal is to beat the big bad or do whatever the certain expansion is asking you to do to win. But how you do that is kind of up to you. You don't need to follow a guidebook. You don't need to read certain paragraphs. You're not in a funnel to complete your adventure. How you do so is up to you, and it really does create that open sense of adventure. And finally, the final point is it is a very traditional fantasy. I really like traditional fantasy settings. I like, paladins, clerics, elves, thieves, warriors, fighting dragons and goblins. I like traditional fantasy. I know some people don't. Some people will see a traditional fantasy setting as a boon. Some will see it as a bane. Personally, I think it is a boon. Now, when you take all of these points together, the competitive nature at its core, the simplistic and highly customizable rule set, its long tail, the open sense of adventure, and the traditional fantasy, and you combine all of those together into Runebound, you have something that is very, very cool. You have something that I think becomes a very important pillar of our little sector of the tabletop gaming hobby. So now let's talk about 6 different alternatives. Okay, the first game we will take a look at is Pauper's Ladder. Pauper's Ladder, I think, is actually the closest alternative to Runebound. Yes, I'm starting with number 1. A smart YouTube host would make you wait for number 1 and tease number 1. But haha, joke's on you. I already know that 80% of you don't watch past the first 5 minutes. So most of you will never even see what is number 1 if I even teased it. So number 1 is Pauper's Ladder. This is modern day Runebound. This is the closest thing I know to Runebound. You are moving across an overland. You are having different encounters. There are all kinds of different powers that your characters can get. Your characters can upgrade their abilities. And yeah, this game is amazing. I suspect that Pauper's Ladder will be working its way into my top 10 of all time. I personally do not have a single complaint about Pauper's Ladder. Now let's return to our points. Pauper's Ladder at its core is a competitive game. It is a race game. You are racing to compete the objective of either the base game or the Moon Towers expansion first. Yes, there are also solo rules. The solo rules included in the Moon Towers expansion are better than the solo rules included in Runebound. So it is a competitive game, but it also has solo rules. Pauper's Ladder is also one of the most simplistic games that we will look at as far as alternatives go. So I think it is also highly customizable. I could see this game being added to by fans down the road and different ways to tweak the game because there isn't a lot to break. It is a little more advanced, a little more complex than Runebound, but not much. It also will have and does have a long tail. This is not a crowdfunded game. This game is available right now on Bedsit Games. It was not crowdfunded. You could buy it. There is one expansion, one big box expansion. There is a small expansion that has some new characters you can play. There is another expansion in the work. I have a feeling that Paul Stapleton is going to keep Pauper's Ladder alive for a long time, and that will allow it to be on more tables for longer periods of time and in our minds longer. And so we have more of a chance to love it. It truly does have an open sense of adventure. It is not story driven. You are trying to solve a certain number of quests, and how you do that is up to you. Which quest you solve is up to you. It doesn't have a controlling narrative. Now, the Moon Towers expansion is it's actually quite a bit like the Runebound expansions because a lot of the cards in the Moon Towers expansion, you don't just mix in. They are separate cards. Now, it doesn't come with its own board overlay, but it does come with its own unique experience, just like a lot of the big box Runebound expansions do. So also, this is the point where it is a little bit different. Pauper's Ladder is not a traditional fantasy, and this is where I could see some people bouncing off of Pauper's Ladder. Pauper's Ladder, I describe as being a pastoral progressive rock fantasy. If you are into things like Fairport Convention or Steel Ice Span or Genesis or King Crimson, you will probably really like Pauper's Ladder. Pauper's Ladder's kind of whimsical take on fantasy. Some people do not like whimsy in their games. They want things to always be grimdark or serious. If that is you, you probably won't gravitate towards Pauper's Ladder. Pauper's Ladder is very much a dungeon dive game. I and a lot of fans of the dungeon dive, or a lot of viewers of the dungeon dive, appreciate whimsy. We like when things are a little off the beaten path and unique, and Pauper's Ladder is that, but I know that some people don't. And so that will probably be the point where some people are turned off from Pauper's Ladder. Okay, next up is another game that is also readily available. You can order this from Hog Publishing, and that is Glory. Glory is a game that I have also taken a look at on the channel. I will post links to all of the reviews for the various games I'm talking about. So point number one, competitive. Yes, Glory is a competitive fantasy adventure game, a lot like Runebound. You are taking characters, you are going out fighting monsters, having different adventures, gaining new abilities, and trying to solve quests and trying to be the first person to do so. There are also solo rules. The solo rules are a little different in Glory. They're more scenario and puzzle based, but you could also just play Glory in the same way that I play Runebound solo. Just play it by yourself. Simplistic and customizable. Glory is probably the most simplistic game I own. It is dead simple. In that sense, I think it's highly customizable, but I haven't seen anybody making house rules or adding to Glory. If Glory sticks around for a long time, then I could see that happen. But if you are looking for something that is effortless fun, Glory is something for you. Now, a long tail. I don't know if Glory has a long tail or not. I think this was kickstarted. This is the second edition, so that does lead me to believe that it has at least been around for a while. But I don't know what the future of Glory holds, and I do think that it needs at least one or two small expansions just to add to the variety. The open sense of adventure and not story-driven. That is true of Glory. You have a map, you are going on the map, you are going from place to place. How you proceed, where you go is up to you. You're not following one story. It is a sandbox in which you can play and have a good time. And traditional fantasy. This is very much a traditional fantasy, a little weirder than some fantasies. but you will be fighting things like skeletons and dragons and goblins and that kind of thing. So if you are looking for something with a traditional fantasy setting, then Glory might also be for you. Okay, coming up next is kind of one off the beaten path here, maybe a unique recommendation, but that is Zona, The Secret of Chernobyl. Now, right now, I don't think Zona is available. I have seen it on eBay for as low as $50 though, and I heard a rumor that there is an expansion coming, and so I would imagine that the base game would be in print when that expansion comes to probably crowdfunded. Now, Zona is a little bit different because of its theming, its setting. It is a post-apocalyptic game that takes place in a future Chernobyl. It is very much inspired by Roadside Picnic, the book that would go on to inspire the film Stalker and the video game series Stalker. So again, at its core, Zona is actually a competitive adventure game. You are racing to be the first person to complete the overall quest. There are also solo rules included, and the solo rules included are a little bit better than the solo rules that come with the base game of Runebound. So Zona is another competitive fantasy adventure game. Zona is not simplistic. It's not overly complex, but it does take a little bit more effort to get to the fun than something like Pauper's Ladder or Glory or Runebound. There's a little bit more going on. There are some survival elements. You have to make a few more tough decisions. I would put Zona, as far as complexity, a little closer to something like Arkham Horror 2nd Edition, although I don't think it is quite as complex or fiddly as Arkham Horror. The long tail, I don't know if I have no idea if Zona is going to have a long tail or not. I have a feeling it won't. I'm really fingers crossing that we at least get one more expansion, because I think one thing that Zona is lacking is some variety in its encounters. Unfortunately, you will see a lot of what Zona has to offer in just a handful of games. The open sense of adventure and not story-driven, I think Zona fits that bill perfectly. You can kind of go anywhere. There are various spaces on the board that you can move to and have various random encounters. Some of those random encounters are a little more complex, in which they will have multiple things that happen, and you will have to visit certain locations at certain times in order to unlock secrets in order to get to the final quest space. So I think the sense of adventure in Zona is pretty strong. Zona is definitely not a traditional fantasy setting. It takes place in a future Chernobyl where things have gone really bad because of nuclear fallout. And so if you are looking for something that is a traditional fantasy, Zona may not be the game for you. Okay, coming up next is Zedivia. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm terrible at pronouncing Polish. This game, out of all of the games I'm showing you today, this is the game that I want to play next the most. However, it is also the game that I am dreading playing because I have to learn it again. And that is unfortunate. One thing about Zedivia is that it is not competitive. This is a co-op game that you work together to beat the game. So there is not a winner, there are not losers. So this kind of moves these kinds of games that we're looking at more into the modern era of them being more co-op and more soloable out of the box. Point number 2, simplistic. This game, Zedivia, is not simplistic. And in that sense, I don't think it's highly customizable. There are a lot of moving pieces to this game, a lot of components, a lot of decks of cards that you need to follow. There are just a lot of little moving pieces in this game. I wish the rules were better. I wish it was easier to learn, because I think that would make the game a lot more fun to play. I'm hoping that there is a revised rule book that comes out soon, because the rule book was just a real chore to get through, but I think the work pays off. Long tail. I don't know if this will have a long tail or not. There is a new edition coming out. There are expansions. The creator seems dedicated to making the game better. So I could see this game being around for a while. I think if they can get the issues with the rule book worked out to make the game easier to get to the table, then more people will be playing it for longer. The open sense of adventure, not story driven. So there is a really good open sense of adventure in this game. As you work through the large map, you can go from space to space. You can have all kinds of random encounters. There are tons of different quests to do. There are quests that you can play in between games, which is super cool. But it is also scenario driven. Now, the scenarios, they call themselves campaigns, but they're really not campaigns. They are just ways to set up the game that give you a different win condition than a different scenario. So it is more scenario driven, but it also still does have that open sense of adventure that is found in Runebound. It is pretty close to a traditional fantasy, but the traditional fantasy would not be one with the traditional dragons and warriors. It is based off of Slavic mythology. And so it's traditional, but not in the sense that we often use that word. But it does have some really interesting lore and creatures and all kinds of things to learn about. So one of the things with this game is if you want to experience a different kind of fantasy, a different kind of traditional fantasy, then this might be a game for you. Now, right now, I don't think this game is available. I think you might be able to still get in on the crowdfund for the expansion and the reprint, and maybe you can late back that. So maybe check CrowdOx or a crowdfund sites, whatever, backer kit. I'm not sure what they are using. I did not participate in the follow-up campaign. Okay, the next game we will take a look at, the next Runebound replacement is Dungeon Degenerates, The Hand of Doom. God, the popularity of this game is so amazing. It makes me so happy that so many people love Dungeon Degenerates. This is an absolutely amazing, massive overland adventure game that has so much cool stuff going for it. Not only cool stuff just within the base game, but cool stuff because of just how much stuff is now available for Dungeon Degenerates. Now, Dungeon Degenerates is not competitive. It is a co-op game, and I actually would argue that Dungeon Degenerates is at its core a solo game because, like the next game we're going to take a look at, the party really should move together all in one unit. And so even calling it co-op, you're all just kind of working together to beat the game. You are rarely off doing your own thing. Simplistic. Dungeon Degenerates is not simplistic. It is a pretty complex game. I think it is pretty customizable, though. There have been people who have released rules on how to play this as a solo RPG. There are quite a few people who are into creating their own things for Dungeon Degenerates. The original designers have also released a whole bunch of zines that have new adventures and new things to do. So it is customizable. And while it is not simplistic, the rules are so well written that it's not a very difficult game to learn. I am in constant awe of the rule book of Dungeon Degenerates. It is one of the best written rule books I have ever read, and that makes it even more special because it is also, at the time, it was the designer's first and only game. So even though it's not simplistic, it is easy to learn. Dungeon Degenerates definitely has a long tail, even though it was crowdfunded. About every 2 years, a new reprint comes out with a few more expansions. There are character expansions, there are zine expansions, there are small box expansions. Dungeon Degenerates will be around for a long time, that I guarantee. In 10 years, people will still be playing and talking about Dungeon Degenerates. The open sense of adventure, not story-driven. So Dungeon Degenerates is mission-based. You have a campaign book that you go through, but it still does have an open sense of adventure because you kind of can go everywhere. It does have a little bit more of a threat management style play because there are things that you need to take care of, not related to your mission, but bad things that are going on in the background. And if you don't put out those fires, you will lose even if you complete your main objective. But it still does have that sense of adventure, and the campaign is very open-ended. It has different paths through it. What I would love to see for Dungeon Degenerates is a version of the game, a way to set up the game to just have one single standalone game where you get to experience everything that the game has to offer. Now, Dungeon Degenerates is definitely not a traditional fantasy, and so this is where this game could trip up a lot of people. It has a bold and unique look. Some people find some of the art in the game troublesome because it does use some fascist symbology. However, that is because these people are bad people. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of this game. And it also utilizes some symbols from the old punk metal scene from like the 70s and the 80s. And so rest assured, Sean is a good guy. And so I could see some people seeing some. It also has a little bit more of an adult theme, a little bit more of a tongue-in-cheek theme. It is irreverent. It is a little bawdy. It's a little racy. And so that could turn some people off who are more into traditional fantasy, like in a game like Runebound. Okay, and the final Runebound alternative that we are taking a look at today is Hexplorit, the Valley of the Dead King. Now, the Hexplorit series has kind of become my reigning champion of overland hex crawl adventure games. I think this series is amazing, and the Valley of the Dead King is my favorite of the series. This game is a fantastic hex crawl, just like Runebound is, where you can go out and have all kinds of different adventures and all kinds of fun in a very cool fantasy setting. Now, Valley of the Dead King is not competitive. It is a co-op game. And like Dungeon Degenerates, in my opinion, it really is best as a solo game because the party is moving together as a unit. You will never be off doing your own thing. So people who want to have that freedom to go off away from the other players, they will not find that in Valley of the Dead King. Simplistic, Valley of the Dead King is the most simple of the Hexplorit games, and that's why I think it is the best one, because it is the one for me that the rules do not get in the way of the fun. All of the other games add layers of complexity to the system. Valley of the Dead King still does take a little effort to get into, but not as much effort as the other ones. And so you can be up and running in this game pretty quickly. I think it is also highly customizable. I think it would be very easy to add your own kind of elements, incorporate outside tools like different kinds of adventure, of random adventures to this game. And I think you could also very easily turn this game more into a solo RPG if you wanted. Long tail. The Hexplorit series has an incredibly long tail, and that's one of the best things about this series. They've been around for quite a while. There are still 2 more big box expansions coming in or 2 box versions coming in the series. There will be 6 games total in the Hexplorit series. The designers are committed to the game. They are committed to adding stuff to it. We have those big, massive adventure, choose your own adventure books that are coming for each volume. People will be playing the Hexplorit games for a very long time. And this will definitely have a long tail, probably much longer than Runebound 2nd Edition when it's all said and done. The open sense of adventure, not story-driven. This is where Valley of the Dead King and Hexplorit really knocks things out of the park. This truly is a sandbox adventure game. You just go out. Your only goal is to kill the dead king here, to kill him, make sure he doesn't rise to power. But how you do that, where you go, what you do on the road to that adventure is entirely up to you. And this definitely is a work of traditional fantasy. It veers off a little bit, and some of the creatures are a little different. Some of the heroes that you can play are a little odd, but it very much does work in the confines of a traditional fantasy. So, all right, guys. Well, I hope you enjoyed taking a look at these 6 Runebound alternatives. Let me know in the comments what your picks for Runebound alternatives would be, and we will talk to you later. Bye-bye.